check when it comes to certain things that happen these days in the workplace. So, anyways, it's great to have you guys here with me today. My name is Christy. Welcome to my channel. Here we talk about anything and everything that happens in life of the unexpected over 50. Also being right now unemployed. And that's kind of a little thing I want to talk about today is how workplaces operate these days and how management seems to work. And I'm sure if you guys are in my age group, you're probably realizing that a lot of the upcoming management is a little bit on the younger end, depending on what you do. Usually for me, being in an accounting role, it's always been much older folks in the role of supervisor manager for the accounting departments. But in some of my last positions, I guess there's been a couple positions, but in my
you don't get to the point.
Particularly one,
you never
there's a lot
get
of things
to the
that
point.
went on, and there's a few things that
you just never get to the point. No wonder you don't have a job.
Undeclared wars are commonplace. Tragically, our government engages in preemptive war, otherwise
the preparedness. Welcome here. Thank you, of course, for your time. Do we know if negotiations between the United States and Iran are still going on, even though we have a sort of ceasefire?
I don't believe that there are deep negotiations on major issues taking place. I don't think that there ever have been. The U.S. has had its demands. Iran has rejected those demands. The U.S. does not have the leverage to impose those demands. And I think it's in that sense that there hasn't really been a process of any deep negotiation. What there is some kind of attempt, I think, by both sides to stop the shooting, to try to quiet things down, to establish some order in the energy markets.
Good point. All good points. Thank you for joining. You guys, we're at 21,860,799 shares of Railtown. If you can look at that in its inverse, we're about 20. I guess that's the way to call it. We're almost 22 million shares of Railtown. 22 million. I think that's a great credit to you guys. I have not much new to talk about, but I have some things that I researched and went through, and ideas and concepts. I hope people talk to me about NextBridge. I saw some Twitterati comments, which were very encouraging. If you won't, I hate to be this. I hate it. I hate it more than I think you know. But if you own Finger Motion, you have to sell it. And you should do it now if it hits home, and buy 2 shares of Railtown. It's actually, you might be able to get a little over 2 shares of Railtown. It used to be a better deal, but hey, that deal's gone. We just got to take what's here today. And if you own Railtown, and if you're a new buyer to Railtown, the way to look at it, as a friend told me today, put it in the drawer, put it in your I don't know, put it in your wine cellar, let it ferment. You don't know when it's going to go, but boy, I believe when Railtown goes, you got to look at it this way. We've been waiting so long for this break in news. Is it plausible that there's only one piece of news that's backed up behind that wall? Probably not. Probably not. So when it starts to break, the trick is, will the I don't have a better word. Will the quiet period end with the first news break? It may not, because there might be other news that has quiet periods surrounding it. On the other hand, we don't know. We just don't know. But when it breaks, I would expect there to be meaningful news following meaningful news for quite some time in Railtown. And this isn't hype news. This isn't, hey, let's get it to run type news. This is going to happen whether you buy the stock or not. And I think it's going to, again, I can't tell you when revenue starts to just flood, but I can tell you that my experience with something like this, the analysts are going to be able, whether they publish anything or not, people are going to be talking to them. The analysts are going to be able to project revenues. And, it's, if you talk about people's experiences, which is important, how does a little tiny stock jump to huge revenues? It sounds insane. But you know what the funny thing is? What looks like huge revenues is probably just the starting point. The revenues are going to be like Donald Trump might say, no one's ever seen anything like it before. Huge may be relative, but they may be relatively small. What you have in your head might be relatively small compared to where it's headed. And that's the thing about this investment. And we just don't know. And we can't push it. We can't speed it up. I don't think management can speed it up. I really think if my assessment is correct, these are big players on the other side. This isn't talking to Joe's soap shop who wants to increase his efficiency of scheduling. This is talking to major companies. They're all bureaucratic. They're Canadian, therefore they're communistic. But it just takes forever sometimes. But we're through it. We're through it. I'm not saying it's going to change Sunday night, but I'm not saying it won't change Sunday night, Monday night, Maybe it's another month. But when it starts going, you're going to be so glad to own Railtown. It's priced for failure. Railtown's priced for failure. 29 cents. Finger Motion is trading at roughly 2.5 times revenue. But unfortunately, I didn't do it. Finger Motion signed another toxic convertible note. It's, whatever you want to call it. It's a toxic financing. There's no escape from it. None. They will not be able to escape from it. And that's just how it goes. And I don't know what to say further than that. It's 75 cents. You can buy Railtown at 29 cents. That's your escape. That's my solution for you. And you can make back everything. You can only basically buy 2 shares of Railtown for 1 share of Finger Motion right now. It's not the greatest ratio like it used to be, but it's better than a poke in the eye. And quickly, it could be next week. I don't think it'll be next week, but it could be next week that Railtown trades at the same price as Finger Motion. And remember, finger motion is accelerating to the downside. So it's not necessarily that Railtown has to go up. Stop clinging to yesterday's story. Stop clinging to dreams. Finger motion is finished. It is a complete wipeout. Finger motion is going to zero. And the sooner you get out before the rest of the people see it, the better you can go over and buy some Railtown. I've never made that pitch before. I've never made that pitch before. Yesterday, maybe. But I'm angry with that note. It was told, what I heard is it's fixed. And of course, the headline says it's fixed, conversion. It's not fixed. It's a bunch of clever attorneys who went to school or goes to Temple with the same guy that was the marketer of the note, with the hedge funds that they meet, I don't know, at the deli. When the tuna sandwich is half price. I work with a guy like that. Anyway, about the tuna sandwiches, I mean, I'm so frustrated with it because people here are not going to do it. Then they're going to be mad. They're going to get mad at me for being disloyal. I'm not being disloyal. I'm not the one that signed the toxic note. All right, so Railtown is down 1 penny. Unbelievable how they can just keep making it red. Fingers down 0.0777, 73 cents. Get the hell out. Get the hell out of Railtown. Get the hell out of finger motion. I misspoke. Get the hell out of finger motion. I love the people. I love the investors. I like the story. Whatever. They signed a toxic financing they cannot escape. They put their own noose around the neck of the shareholders. Get the hell out of it. And I would say it's a perfect time because you can sell finger motion for 73 cents and you can buy Railtown for 28 cents. So you can buy 2.5 shares of Railtown, sell your finger, buy 2.5 shares of Railtown, and you're going to feel such relief when Railtown goes to $1 or $2. I'm not saying it's going to be right away. Not saying that. But as you watch finger melt down to first 45 cents, then 35 cents, then 17 cents, you're going to go, oh, I'm so thankful I bought Railtown. Now, there might be other stocks out there, but look at Energy Vault. That guy didn't listen to me. He just didn't listen to me. He could not pull the trigger. So his stock's down $1. Okay. I'm sure it's just a temporary thing. I like, when I first saw Energy Vault, I came out and I said negative things in terms of their margins, and they had too much leverage. A lot of that's still true, but you know what? Who agreed with me? Management of Energy Vault. The management of Energy Vault changed their business plan. And it might work. But man, you guys, how many times do you fiddle with your thumb up your nose and Ham's out there working his ass off? He gets the stocks up and you don't sell. You've got to be like this woman, a professional investor that I think used to call Ham 20 times a day to make sure she was in with the information, but she buys low and then she sells. She doesn't listen to all the dreams. She doubles her money. She makes 3 times. She makes 4 times. She gets the hell out. She makes 80%. She gets the hell out. Because every single one of these stocks, I don't care how good management, I don't care how good the story is, any stock on the U.S. markets, over the counter or on Adina Friedman's NASDAQ that are under $1 billion or under $5 and need capital, they are the prey for guys with the names like Easton and Ruthstein and Rubenstein and Kramer and Weidel and Ziegler. There's no connection, of course. They don't know each other. They don't trust each other. No connection at all. But you don't see any McGillicuddies or Shannons doing it. You don't see any Ciprianis doing it. But CEOs can't see the warning sign. By the way, I'm not condemning a whole swath of people. It's probably 25 men or 50 men. Maybe it's 100 men. Maybe it's 250 men. But that's it. That's it. So it's not a condemnation of an entire culture or anything. It's just these 250 lowlives. But you won't get out of the way of them. Railtown is out of the way of them. You take advantage of the fact that they're sitting in Burroughs Park or in Palm Beach or in Toronto in front of a bank of computers, and they're going out and they're having oysters and bragging and they're driving their white cars. That guy was, what was his name at the Kramer shop? They just used him. He thinks he's so cool. They're just putting him there so they have someone to blame it on if it ever really goes bad. But anyway, he's so proud to be there with his white car fetish. You're just financing their lifestyles. Every one of these stocks are manipulated to try to get a CEO to a situation where he can do a financing and then get away from it. But they're only thinking of themselves. They're not thinking of you. So you can't go in naively. Now, there are stocks out there that are going to work, particularly if you have the entire cycle going your direction, particularly if Wall Street starts pouring money in there, particularly if the metrics or the hard valuations are measurable. Yeah, there's things that are going to work. But you've got, with Energy Vault, you've got massive leverage. Now, could that be okay? They've got a backlog. Could be okay. But what does it give the criminals something to work with? The negativos, what can they say? They can say, oh, they got all this debt. It matures in a year. They're leveraged. And the negative, these stocks don't go straight up. Take your profits when you have them. But you won't. You just won't. It's very hard to do. Very hard to do. And look at, who am I to talk? Railtown was, when you look at the chart of it, it went up to 60 cents. Something like 60 cents in the summer. And then it went to 69 cents in October. It might be back. I might have that backwards. And here it is under 30 again. So if you want to paint that with the same brush, you can. But that means you're not doing the homework. That just means you're not doing the homework. Railtown doesn't have Easton, Rubenstein, Kramer, Waddell. Doesn't have any of that financing behind of it. Doesn't have McGillicuddy either. All right, HLP's down 2 cents. NRGV's down $1. GDC's down 2 cents at 10 cents. You know, I don't know what to say about GDC. I've had more than one person tell me that that's worth a punt. You know, now that it's down here, it's so cheap. If you were to buy some, just plan on it being a complete loss. But if you bought a few $1,000s worth and it went to 10, you make a lot of money. But I don't think you and I have to play that game. We've got Railtown. Finger motion is down 0.0688 at 74.12. Next week it'll be 50 cents. You don't want to believe it. Railtown is 28 cents on the last trade, down 0.0098. HLP is down 0.0212, 0.5024. You could trade, sell finger and buy HLP. They haven't done a bad financing. You can sell finger and buy a bunch of GDC, but you're probably going to lose everything in GDC anyway. I mean, I would treat it that way. It might give you a surprise to the upside. And if it does, it's going to be a hell of a run. Energy Vault's down $1 at 103 at 546.5. So that freezes anyone wanting to sell that and get into Railtown. Dow Jones is down 600 at basically 51,000. Nasdaq's down 1,000. And I think one of the stocks, Broadcom, was moitered. And that's essentially at 26,000. S&P's down 200 at 7,400. Let me look up Broadcom or what's going on. The other thing, it looks like it's possible that Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu have been playing Iran, and we intend to bomb Iran this weekend. That's one rumor I'm hearing. Oh, it's not Broadcom. Nvidia is down. Nasdaq plunges as chip stocks sell off. You know what I think that is people are getting money ready to buy the SpaceX IPO. Dow and S&P sink. Job report fuels Fed hike bets. Chip stocks sell off. This is written by Amalia Dubrovsky and Brett Giarato. U.S. stocks fell sharply Friday. May jobs reports blew past expectations. Strong report fueled bets that the Federal Reserve would hike rates at some point this year. The rotation out of chip makers and tech stocks gathered apace. Broadcom sent shockwaves through the AI trade. Look, they talk about the AI trade. That's the data center trade and the chip maker trade. A lot of that's already in place. What we're in with Railtown, of course, is dependent on that, and the multiples might get crunched. But Railtown's already priced as if it's going out of business. There's no bubble there. And to make these investments valuable, they're going to need Railtown. And I suggest to you, when Railtown starts to show revenues, they're not going to start showing revenues like, hey, we signed up I don't know. We signed up Pulte Homes, or we signed up Ford Motor Company, or we signed up 5 of the Fortune 500 companies. No, you're going to see them coming out not at tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands in revenue, not at millions of dollars in revenue. You're going to see it jump to not even $10 million in revenue. You're going to see hundreds of millions of dollars in projected revenues, hundreds of millions. And it very quickly could get over billion, $2 billion, $3 billion in projected revenue and growing. It's a different trade than this so-called AI trade. The S&P 500 is at risk of snapping a historic weekly winning streak. The fragile ceasefire between the United States and bomb Iran, it looks like it's failing. NVIDIA is facing heavy selling today. The AI chip maker and Tesla are helping to lead the Magnificent Seven stocks lower with declines over 6%. You know, these portfolio managers and wealth advisors, they need a source of funds to fund the SpaceX IPO. I don't think it's any more complicated than that, but that's just me. If these losses hold, the world's largest company will no longer be a $5 trillion company by market cap. NVIDIA is on track to wipe out $300 billion in market value in a single day, as chip stocks are on pace to erase $1 trillion in value. All right, so that's the 3 o'clock alarm call. Let's go back and see what, oh gosh. Okay, so fingers up from when I first started talking, just to prove me wrong, I guess. I still stand by what I'm saying. 0.05, it's down a nickel. It's at 75.99. Railtown is down over a penny. It's down 0.0107 at 27.91. Help is down 0.0212 at 0.5024. Energy Vault is down one smacker, 0.001 at 548.9. On the margin, just a part of the portfolio, you sell at 6 1/4, 650, 675, and now you'd be buying it back. But we get so locked in. We've got to just rip the Band-Aid off. We don't want to pull it off because it's going to hurt, but we got to do it. I'm telling you, Finger Motion signed their out of existence, ceased to be. They signed their own failure note. They did it. I don't know. I didn't do it. Energy Vault is down 0.975 now, so it's bouncing back a little bit. GDC is down 2 cents. Railtown, I show 184,790 shares. The bid is 20.277, and the ask is 0.2822. I don't really have a time in sales to tell you about. All right, so I went through. We're at 21,860,799 shares of Railtown. That's awesome. I do have a gold stock to tell you about that's trading for about a quarter, and I'll get to it. But unfortunately, I was sent the information and I don't see it, but the symbol is yeah, I think, let me just check the symbol. This is a trade. And I think it's a quick trade. Let's see if this is it. No, that's not it. It's a Canadian stock. That's why I'm having a hard time finding the, oh, there it is. There it is. What is MTEN doing? $1. Yeah, there it is. It's called Total Metals Corp. Total Metals Corp. And today it was as high as 20 cents, 0.2093, and as low as 0.1982. Anyway, the symbol is TTT, Tom, 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 MF. TTT, Mother Frank. TTT, Mother Frank. Anyway, it's a pretty simple story. The high on the year, $5.10. So it's, the low's been a lot lower, but it's trading near its lows. And basically, they're getting ready to drill. And it'll be, if the drilling results come in, it'll be in July. It could be a $2 or $3 stock. But the way I would trade this is you buy, I don't know, 15,000 shares at 20 cents and use limit orders, or you can buy more, but I'm trying to get a number divisible by 3. So if the 20 cents went to 60 cents, you take 5,000 shares off the table, and the rest you just see what happens, because you were taking your original investment off the table. I do think they'll raise money, because if they're successful, they'll inhale capital. So it's just one of these, if it doubles or triples, you take a third or half of your money off the table, whatever you're comfortable with. But I think that's going to move in the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And it could start moving by the end of next week. So it's a trade. You know, you can take a little money. I think you can double your money or triple your money. You don't have to stay in it for the drilling, but I think over the next fortnight, you very well could double or triple your money. And at that point, you can say, well, I'll take that and I'll put it in Railtown. Or you could say, like I just said, I'll sell a third of it, or I'll sell half of it, and then just hold the rest and see what happens. But it's a gold play. It's a gold play. Producing, simple to understand gold play. It says it's hard to borrow. Anyway, I'll have more on it when I can find the information that was sent to me, but it's not in my emails. It's not on my text messages. I don't know where it is. So I'll try to have more, maybe today, but certainly over the weekend. Basically 21 cents to buy it. I think it'll go to 40, 60, 70, 80 cents over the next 2 or 3 weeks and get out. But if the drilling results work, you might have a $2 or $3 stock. And I think they will work. But anyway, that's about all on that TTTMF. Let's go back to, that's the only one green today, by the way. Let's go back to Railtown. Railtown is 28 cents, 0.0098, 184,000 shares. All right, let's go through some of your comments. Unknown Stuntman. How are you, Unknown? Wow! Unknown Stuntman picks up 88,700. You are half the volume. Well, not half, but you're a third, whatever. Out of 184,000 shares, you're 88,000 shares of the volume. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Good for you, Steve. So proud of you. This is what all you guys do. Your community coming together, you give each other confidence, but also you give each other awareness of the story and information on the story, such that when these dips come, you're able to buy and take advantage, because these sell-offs, these spikes downward don't last. And amazing, Steve. You must have lowered your cost basis considerably. I forget what stock you sold. Was it ZJYL? Can't remember. What would you have if you had ZJYL? I don't know. It's not worth looking it up. Ricky Brogan, hi, William and RT crew. Hi, Ricky. E. Belanger, unknown stuntsman, 88,000 new cows. Wow. Giuseppe, good afternoon, Signore. Signore Ferrand. Guillaume Ferrand. I can't get comfortable. I can't get comfortable. I don't know what it is. Giuseppe, I shot you an email. I saw it, and I added your numbers. Congratulations, Giuseppe. We're all going to come up to your restaurant. We're going to order. We're going to take the biggest conference room, and we'll have an all-day feast to celebrate. T. Alex, good afternoon, William and RT crew. Hi, T. Alex. Eddie Eagle. Good day, Sir William. Ricky Brogan. Unknown Stuntsman. Congratulations. Donna M. Hello, everyone. Jack Hamilton. Good afternoon, William. Hope you and all RT members are well. Justin Babish. I added my security entitlements. I added to my security entitlement position. Good for you, Justin. Good for you. Look, I think, Justin, the news, whatever the news is, I want to turn a negative into a positive, but I think last year, Railtown, if you want it to be negative, you could argue that Railtown was missing out on funding and missing out on the whole technological revolution. I didn't feel that way, but I understand that risk. I would say that Railtown's coming up on that risk this year for sure. There's been so much funding, so much excitement in their space, and we're already basically through the first 2 quarters. So I think what I'm not ready to blame Railtown. I don't know what's uncomfortable here. I have to go get a different cushion. I don't blame Railtown. I blame the big companies they have to deal with, like TELUS. So I would frame it that TELUS is in danger of missing out on TELUS's goals and missing out on TELUS's head start. So anyway, my point is not to be negative. It's that these guys got to get the move on, and they got to get going now. I think they got to get going now. So that means I think news is coming soon. That's all I'm really trying to say. T. Alex, missed the chat yesterday, but listened in the evening. Here is to RT's silence. Added 50,000. Wow. You guys are rich. Do you see what T. Alex just did? T. Alex just bought shares at the same price, for all intents and purposes, that the BlackBerry guys bought it at. Oh, man. Good job, T. Alex. You know, all you need is one buyer to come in and buy 10 million shares, 20 million shares. And we've missed our window. Justin Babish, wow, look at that total. You're getting to Donna's level. 94,860. Good for you, Justin. Good for you. Jack Hamilton. Hey, Donna, I caught up on a couple of days ago discussions with Mr. William. I thought buying the 2 shares a few days back was excellent and funny at the same time. That was my favorite one that day. It might be my favorite one. I put it in. I think it's great. E. Belanger, I'm running after you, but you're way ahead, unknown stuntsman. Harbison, wow. Unknown, way to go. Harbison. Are we all meeting in DC or Maui after RT hits? Gonna be a hell of a party. We could all meet in British Columbia. We could meet in DC or Maui. Heck, we could have a roving party. One thing I'd like to do before I kick off, I'd like to go to all the tennis Grand Slams in a year. Australia, French, Wimbledon, and U.S. Giuseppe, wow, Mr. Shen let people down. I think so. I think, unfortunately, what he needed to do was just say, I'm not signing this financing and we're going to unwind the company. Or we're going to fire everybody except for me and a couple of people, and we're just going to run it as a streamlined. They make 20 million a year in revenue, but they don't make any money, so they'd have to just fire a lot of people, and then just try again later. But by signing the toxic note they signed with Wydell, it's over. I just, maybe this is the one toxic note that they can get out of. Maybe I'm wrong, but I wouldn't bet on it. I wouldn't bet on it. Last time they had a tremendous investor come in and rescue him. He's not going to do it again. I don't think. They would need President Xi to bring a contract that's going to do, I would say, at least 20 or 30 million in new revenues. And I would guess it would have to have 50% margin. Maybe that's more than they need, but that would be over $1 million a month in profit. But then they've got to get rid of that financing. Oh God. It's not pretty. Ricky Brogan, Harbison, count us at the party. Justin Babish, to play devil's advocate a little. Maybe for Finger to be able to raise money, nobody would give an underperforming business any money without security of their investment. That's true. I think that's true. But they didn't have to sign a toxic convertible note. We can go back through it again. We can go back through the terms of that note again. And maybe I'll do that after the close. But it's not good, Justin. Ward Richardson, William, RT crew, good afternoon. I see we cleared 22,299 cash cows. Well done. Unknown stuntsman, T. Alex and Justin. I didn't even add it up. But you're right. If you start with 21,860,000, I'm going to assume that Ward can do his arithmetic. All of a sudden, we're at 22 million. That didn't work. Can you read that? We're at 20. You can't really read that. So let me get a different color. Maybe this one. I'm sorry, Justin, to be so negative on that financing, but it's not good. $22,002,299 shares of Railtown. 22 million. You guys are amazing. Amazing. Justin Babish, as to say Finger Motion is such a shitty performance company that the only way they can get money is from a toxic financing, because it protects the lender from not being paid. The collateral, no, that's toxic funding is predatory. It's predatory. I'll go back over the numbers. I'll go back over them, but they signed a note for $5 million. They got 3.3 million, and they had some expenses they had to pay out of the 3.3 million too. So they probably netted around $3 million, but they have a $5 million commitment, and there's going to be in there reasons for default. There's going to be a series of definitions, and they don't have the money to buy it back. They don't have the money to pay monthly. So there's a cap. If it goes down, I forget what the cap was, 12 million shares. So it's basically 20%, I think, of 19.99% of the whole cap table. But if they get to that point, is supposedly they can get shareholder vote, but they don't even need that. They just find an attorney that signs off saying we had to do it. And every advisor is going to tell the CEO, well, if you don't do it, the company's being default, is going to go out of business. So you have to do it because then the company can stay alive, and that's in the best interest of shareholders. It isn't in best interest of shareholders. The company is the walking dead. It's bankrupt. It's just you don't see it yet. It's just going to become a corpse. It's going to become an estate. And they'll find a receiver, and the receiver will work it out, and people will have breathless videos on how this and that, and this is what they're going to do, and they discovered this, and they discovered that, and it'll be a year and a half, it'll be 2 years. And the Weidel and Co.'s clients, probably Hanson funds, will have absconded with all the equity. Guys, it's not pretty. It's just not pretty. And it's still 73 cents. Get out while everyone else is believing it's going to go to $5. This would need a fairy godmother or a potentate or a Jack Ma to sweep in and say, I feel like I'm in the mood to help a bunch of people out. There's only one other thing, Justin, that could happen. If there's a group with Univest and a group of wealthy investors out there that want to give $5 million to a trader in, I don't know, make it up, the Cayman Islands or Bermuda or Bahamas or wherever, or Panama, and then he turns on all of his network of buy computers around the world and starts promoting, and they pay some money to people to promote the stock and get some stories out there. And then a group of investors around the world catch fire with buying it on their computers, and the stock does run up 1 or 2 points, and there's a lot of momentum, and then maybe the sell side computers will be fooled to step away, and the momentum will get it going, and then the sell side computers have parameters, because at that point, because it costs money to hold the positions, maybe there is some buying, and you have this illusory short squeeze. That could happen. Nobody's going to trade it. Nobody. If a group of wealthy institutional whale type investors could do something like that with Finger, everyone will be talking about it going to hundreds, thousands of dollars, but it might only go to 8. It might only go to 6. Hell, might only go to $1.40. And there's been a bunch of churning. But the guys, the market makers and the computers are making money. They are making money, and maybe some are losing a little. But overall, they're gonna use their disciplines. Why? Because they're not using emotions. They're using computer algorithmic formulae. So nobody's going to trade if there's any kind of miniature squeeze or even a big squeeze. Nobody. But maybe you think you will. Maybe you think you will trade. I'm not picking on any one person. I know that I didn't trade Finger properly. I didn't trade GTII properly. I should have just, like I say, let someone pump it and I dump it. But I got caught up because I believed all the settlement and the compliance and the buying in, and that still exists. But these attorneys and these regulators and these congressmen and these lobbying firms and your own prime broker / brokerage firms, they're all in on it. Bill Clinton was in on it. He didn't know it. He was too busy getting his cigar wet. But you're right, Justin. It's okay to try to look at both sides of it. Maybe there was a little more clarity when I'm trying to remember his name. The CEO of CRTD / Vocal, he was gonna, they were gonna take over GTII or vice versa, and then he was going to be the CEO, and he backed out. And in retrospect, maybe he did do the right thing, because Reichman looks like, from what's been found, that he was a crook, that he actually had trading accounts. He was probably in on it with the Kramers. I say probably because we don't know. Nothing is out there. So you can't have perfect information. But I think you know when to avoid risk in your real life. I think you got to avoid risk here. Jeremy Frommer. So when they broke up that agreement, CRTD went from $1.50 to 40 cents or 60 cents in a heartbeat. And then it did the back and forth for a while. And then it quickly was in the 20-cent range, 25, 30. And I kind of hung on thinking, well, they're going to revisit this. So it hung around 19, 20 cents. I didn't get out till, I think, 5.6 cents. That's what's coming for Finger. It's a little slower motion, so you don't believe me. But just read the document of the note. They can't get out of it. They can't get out of it. And no one's going to rescue them this time. And the 3 million they have, it only lasts for a few months. They're burning 500,000 to 600,000 a month. Now, of course, they have revenue coming in, so I don't know how many you know, I don't have a accounting spreadsheet in front of me, but it probably doesn't last a full year. I don't know. Let's stop talking about it. The fact is, I don't really know what's going on behind the scenes. Something great might be happening. Scott Walker, Scott Walkowitz, dollars. How are you, Scott? Akira Nova. I sold my last 300 shares of Finger Motion and bought 700 shares of Railtown. Yay, Akira Nova. If for some reason Finger goes up, don't be discouraged. It'll be temporary. I hate to be so negativo. We'll go back over the terms. You can make up your own mind. Akira Nova, I now have 3. Good for you. That's a great position, Akira. That is great. I think you're going to make a lot of money, believe it or not. Pat M, hi gang. Unknown Stuntsman. Thanks everyone. Still didn't drop my average price. That's because you have such a gigantic thing to average. Or you started with a great price. But great, good for you, Steve. Donna M. Congratulations, everyone. Donna M. Hey there, Jack Kerouac. Those 2 shares was change that got deposited to my account from Fidelity. I've stopped asking for stock money with Wayne. He thinks I should be diversified, and one of my sons think I should be committed. No, that it thinks that I'm gambling. I don't think you're gambling. I don't think you're gambling. I really don't think you're gambling. It's a fair question to ask. But we've done a lot of research on Railtown. And I think we've gotten a lot of guidance from different people, some who seem close to the company, but others who seem very tied into the whole industry. And I guess in a quiet period, it seems like, is gambling the right word? I don't think so. I think we're making a really logical, asymmetric bet. The stock's 28 cents. So by definition, what you put in, you can lose all your money. But in terms of a stock price, it's 28 cents. That's what you can lose. You can lose 28 cents. That's cheaper than a call option. It doesn't expire. And for your sons, and I'd even say Wayne, I would just say the time to diversify is when you have real money. I'm not sure. But anyway, I would just point that a couple things out to him, Donna. And yes, I'm making assumptions. We know that there's 3 big telecoms in Canada. We know Canada is pivoting to sovereign AI. Well, these telecoms, I don't know off my memory. I can't remember anything with Rogers. I know we just saw some news that Bell Canada is building data centers, and we know TELUS is. So I'm just saying for Canada, and there's others, but for Canada, we can pretty much gauge the size of the market. TELUS is going to do $2 billion plus in annual recurring revenues from AI-enabled technology. Well, what do they have? They have data centers. If we assume half of that, and that's your son's going to say it's gambling, if we're cutting that by 50% to allow for some of that gambling risk, if we say it's 1 billion in ARR and Railtown, we're assuming that Railtown is critical to the success of the sovereign AI data center. Again, is that a gamble? Well, we took 50% off. The rest of it's kind of on off. If Railtown technology doesn't work, why would the BlackBerry guys invest in it? They've never invested out of their own ecosystem before. Why would Zaid Atufat Shamsi, who built Canada's first sovereign AI data center, why would he join the board, the advisory board of Railtown, for kicks and giggles? Why would John Ruffalo, Mike Norbrega, Dr. Tom Core, and Pat Horgan start a company called AI Network Partners in the mirror of the way Constellation Software started, which they funded? And these are all technology guys. These are all leaders in Canada. This is money, 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 knowledge, knowledge, knowledge. Why would they start that company and have 200 companies approximately? And out of all of those AI companies that came to that network, they said to Railtown, why don't you buy us? And why don't you make your product the platform that all of our companies use and all of our end users use, and our 500 million in revenue that we generate runs through? Because it's a gamble? I don't know. I don't see it. But I guess we have to acknowledge that if Railtown's technology fails at the TELUS Rimouski and the TELUS Kamloops data center level, which I remind you, those stacks start with NVIDIA and HPE. They run up through the large language models, which might be Cohere, could be OpenAI, we don't know. And they run all the way up through through Railtown as the interface with the users. That was all built by Zaid Atufat Shamsi. And he joined Railtown's board. Is that gambling? I don't know. It doesn't feel like gambling. It doesn't feel like gambling. But anyway, I take 1 billion in revenue. I use 20% as the split with Railtown. They have an arrangement. We know that from press releases and presentations. That leads to 200 million in ARR, let's say in 2028, for Railtown. In a couple of years, and then it sticks forever. It's high margin. It's every year. That's for TELUS. Well, then there's two other big data centers. Let's assume they get one of them, not both of them. So let's say by the end of the decade, you can double that 200 million to 400 million. Is that gambling? So we'll say in Canada, by the end of the decade, they can do 400 million in ARR exiting the decade, high margin, and we'll say 2030 exit. So it's basically 4 years from now. So in Canada, that's the revenue ahead of them. That's essentially $1.75 a share in revenue. Is that gambling? At 100% margin? I don't think so. But that's Canada. Now, Donna, there's 7 continents in the world. Let's just assume can we assume that if it works, now this is getting a little bit reaching, but I don't think it's gambling. If we assume they get a similar amount in the USA, that's not a new continent. In Europe, and Asia. We'll leave out making it more complicated than that. So if the company, with this proof and that it is a key technology, gets United States, Europe, and Asia in a similar magnitude, that's $1.6 billion in revenue every year at 100%, a high margin, 95% margin, year in and year out. And your son thinks that's gambling? I think he's the one gambling because he doesn't know. He just makes his decision without any information. Now, where he's right is we don't know any of this for sure yet. But once he's not gambling anymore and he knows it for sure, I think the stock's $28 a share. Then he won't be gambling. You can buy it at 28. It's going to go to 30 by the end of the year. Then you're not gambling. He's like it. I will say they're lucky. It sounds like your husband and your sons and you are quite well off. So you don't need it. That's good. It's good. But if they do 1.6 billion in revenue 5 years from now, what multiple gets put on that? I'd say 35x. But why don't we just use 10x? That's today. You don't have to wait. That's a $16 billion enterprise value. And again, Donna, where did I come up with this revenue? TELUS's CEO has published for 3 straight quarters that their target is 2 billion. It's probably going to be more than that. They do $20 billion a year in revenue now. All of Canada's on a sovereign AI kick. Goldman Sachs, I think it was, is projecting that this spending in this software area could grow to over $1 trillion. I think it was 1.7 trillion. These aren't gambles. but I don't know. Your son might be right. And then if you have that kind of growth, you're looking at 25, 35, 50x. But if we use 10x, what I did there is I took Canada just from TELUS, and I doubled it because it's a Canadian effort, and there's 3 telecoms. I just doubled it. I got 400 million. That's probably low. And then I said United States, Europe, and Asia. That Railtown gets similar revenue from those other 3 areas in 5 years. So if you give that a 10x, that's a $16 billion enterprise value. And I just respectfully to your son ask, why is that gambling? This is an asymmetric investment with knowledge of the macro industry, the sovereignty issue, and the orchestration layer. It has other permutations being white hot right now, and it's the critical layer, and it's a huge addressable market. Railtown only needs to get part of it for these numbers to happen. We know all that. All we haven't seen is something in writing so your son can say it's not a gamble. And I'm not picking on your son. He's representative of a lot of people out there. So if you divide that by 234 million shares, that gives you a target of $68 a share. Let's cut that in half. Let's just say, I'm gambling. Let's cut that in half. That gives us a $34 target per share. It gives us $34 if we cut it in half. And you're buying it at 28 cents. I just don't see how it's a gamble. I really just don't see it. Let's look at the worst case. Let's say sovereignty doesn't work, TELUS doesn't work, Canada's spending doesn't work. Let's say the AI technology that Railtown created, the only people on the entire planet that decide it's any good are Mike Norbrega, John Ruffalo, Dr. Tom Core, and Pat Horgan. They're the only ones. Let's say the BlackBerry billionaire and his partner were hoodwinked, and they're just getting high on their own supply, and they don't know what they're doing. Let's say that Zaid Atifat Shamsi has no idea what he's doing. None. He got lucky because that data center was built by committee at TELUS, not by he. Let's just assume they're crazy, and let's just write it all off, except for AIP Network Partners. Let's just look only at AIP Network Partners. There's 2 strategies they have. One is to roll up the companies that are doing $500 million in revenue today. $500 million in revenue. Is that gambling? I would say you have information and you're acting on it. But anyway, their goal is to roll up these AI companies, in other words, acquire them and consolidate them and use the Constellation software strategy as a model. So they provide know-how, they provide money, and they provide the platform of Railtown cross-selling opportunities. And the whole idea is to create a cash flowing juggernaut over time, and they'll leave original management in place. And they get a piece of the upside of every company, but they own all this network. So in return for cash and know-how, they're going to get a significant piece. This model worked for Constellation Software, took it from $1 Canadian to 5,000 Canadian before the sell-off. That's the one way they're going to make money. Let's ignore that. Let's just say that's not going to work. So let's just focus on the 200 companies are currently generating $500 million in revenue. How? By creating AI software as a service technologies and providing it to their end users. Currently, most of these companies are Canadian, but the network is owned by Railtown. That spend is on Microsoft, it's on Amazon, it's on other hyperscalers in the United States and elsewhere. But they don't have the sovereignty. But what else don't they have? They don't have the revenue sharing deal that Railtown is set up with TELUS. So all Railtown has to do is get those companies, and we just read that Canada is providing incentives. The government, maybe that applies here. That might be gambling, but all Railtown has to do is get that current spending to move from other hyperscalers to TELUS, where Railtown gets the split. And let's say right now, let's say it's not 200 million right now. Let's say it's 125 million right now. Where do we get that number? Dr. Tom Corr's interview with Rebecca Kurzweil. And it was on a couple of slides. But that was when it's 168 companies. It's now 198 companies. So we know that spending's grown, but let's assume it also grows organically. So let's say over the next 3 years, it grows to 200, and let's say over the next 3 to 5 years, it grows to $234 million of revenue. I don't know. Let's say it grows to $200 million in revenue. In other words, these companies are spending $200 million elsewhere, and they move it all to TELUS, so it becomes the shared compute revenue, TELUS Railtown. Let's say it's 20%. Now your son's going to say that's a gamble. Well, it could easily be 25% or 30%, but maybe it's 15% or 18%. But because we don't know, let's use 20%. That's 200 million in shared revenue times 20%. That's 40 million to Railtown. Guess what? It's 100% margin. It's all cash flow. If we divide that by 234 million shares outstanding, that's 17 cents a share. in revenue. So on today's price, Railtown is selling for 1.65 times the revenue you can reasonably project that they're going to get from the network that they own, simply by moving to TELUS so they can get the revenue split. You're leaving out the roll-up opportunity. You're leaving out the cross-platform selling and the end user selling. You're leaving out Univest. You're leaving out any other business from TELUS. You're leaving out every other single telecom or any other large contract they might get for their conductor, rail tracks, and rail engine platform. You're just looking at one thing they control. So based on the revenue that they control, they can move the stock's trading at less than 2x that revenue, which admittedly might take 2 or 3 years to get to that point. But once it's there, it lasts for decades. What's the gamble? I guess the gamble is you're hearing it on YouTube and it's not coming in a glossy pitch from Morgan Stanley. By the time it does that, the stock will be $28. That's when the gamble is. By investing in SpaceX, that's a gamble. It's going to be a well-researched gamble. I don't know if it's a gamble because I don't know what your son means by gamble. But I don't think you'll lose all your money in the SpaceX IPO. I don't think it's going to go to zero. It's not a toss of the die. But I don't think you're going to lose your money here. So I don't know why he says it's a gamble. Railtown closed at 28 cents. That stock I just told you about, TTTMF, closed at 1985 pennies. MTEN closed at 109, up 2 cents. Finger closed at 75 cents. I'm not picking on your son. I mean, his reaction is just how people that don't know the story see it. Well, you're gambling. I would say, for example, if you bought GDC right now at 10 cents, that would be a gamble. That would be, even though we know some things, I think that'd be purely a gamble. In my definition, I think GDC could go to zero, but it could give you $10. That's a gamble. I don't see that for Railtown. I think your son is uninformed, and a lot of people are. That's not an insult to him. There's so much to know in the world, so much to do. And, you know, he doesn't want to be informed on it. He just looks at it. It's over the counter. It's 28 cents. He adjudges it as gambling. And respectfully, I think he's going to miss out on one of the AI success stories that people are going to be talking about for a long time. But anyway, I'm not picking on him. Ward Richardson, Akira Nova, well done. Yes, Akira Nova, well done. Donna, I'm 100% confident. I'm tired of trying to pull teeth. I'll let time do the talking. I agree with that, Donna. You get to a point where you can't do anything. And if you've told them, you've told them, and you don't have to do anymore. I'm not saying pulling teeth. I'm glad you're 100% confident. I mean, there are some risks. A meteor could hit Toronto. They could find out that Keith Carney is Fidel Castro's son, and he could nationalize everything. I mean, there are risks, but they're so obscure that I just don't think they apply. And the weird thing about Railtown, like Eric just did, he just paid what? The BlackBerry guys, Mike L. and Fragan paid. Unbelievable. And those guys, one of them's on the advisory board. You don't think that Mike L. has experience turning the RIM technology into international revenue? What if he's on the board to cause that to happen with the technology that Railtown has? Is that gambling? No. But the reason I'm so insistent, Don, I guess, is I don't think it's going to be easy to find another company like Railtown. When I first heard the Railtown story, I was poo-pooing it. Not as bad as your son, but I'm like, all right, another story. But then I listened 2, 3, 4 times, and then I did some of my own digging in, and then I saw it as basically, this is a year and a half ago about, I saw it as basically a company that has created a good software technology. They're in the Microsoft ecosystem, and they're going to prove up a lot of customers, and then Microsoft will buy them. That's how I saw it. Sort of October, November, December of 2024. And so I saw it as a trade, and maybe in your son's words, that would have been more of a gamble. But there were some pretty good indications, which still remain, that Microsoft and Railtown are hooked at the hip. So I'm not sure it was a bad bet, but the return I would have expected could be 5 to 20 to, maybe 30x in a buyout, but maybe leaning more to the 10, 15x, a trade. And maybe it would classify for your son's definition of a gamble, because if they didn't turn contracts into revenue, they'd have to raise money. They might have to take a toxic financing. So maybe in that initial framework, maybe. I didn't see it that way. I still don't think that would have happened, but maybe back then. But then, January, nothing came of it. February, nothing came of it. And then going through the whole litany, they bought AIP Partners, but that set off 10 months of Canadian urgency. And then they met TELUS. And then, ironically, the background of the AI story shifted from data centers to large language models, or maybe it was the open chat models, then data centers, then large language models. It's all shifted, the funding and the focus, to this harness, the orchestration, the governance, the inference, the real data ingestion layers. It's all shifted there. An example is LangChain at 80 times puny projected revenue. But maybe that's a gamble. I don't know. I guess we'd have to define the term. But I think all of a sudden Railtown is not a better story, it's almost like it's a completely different story than I first heard it, although it's not. What changed is the enormous magnitude of the industry. What changed is sovereignty. What changed is the recognition that AI and large language models need this orchestration framework. And what changed is confirmation. For example, to me, your son doesn't maybe remember what BlackBerry was, but BlackBerry was the single standard for businessmen and women around the world for their phone and their PDA. And amazing to have that support, that validation. And he didn't just put the money in, he joined the board. And he's a billionaire. He doesn't need the $2,000 a month stipend or whatever the hell. I wouldn't say it's a gamble. I just think your son's looking for a reason not to study the story and not to invest in it. But that he's the great majority out there. He's not the minority. So, I'm not, it doesn't upset me. I mean, it's just the law of the large numbers. Most people are going to look at a stock like that and say, nah, it's not going to work. They don't even want to hear the story. And like I say, he's not alone. He's not alone. CJ Yukon just got 1,700. Wow, CJ Yukon. $1,700. Wow, that's a nice number. 108,200. Bravo, CJ Yukon. E. Belanger sent you info about Hive BCE initiative. And I have it. I might even, if I have the energy to keep going, I'll show it to people. That's the basis, Mr. Bélanger, Monsieur Bélanger. That's the basis for why I even brought up for Donna, that it's not just TELUS, but I didn't put Hive on there. I just put BCE. So I don't even know what it means, Hive. I'm trying to remember. I guess Hive is the general contractor that builds the data centers. I don't know. But anyway, they're working together with with Bell Canada. And that's what I guess, Donna, is I think the numbers are just, we're in a story where the numbers aren't going to go from zero revenue to 100,000 to 1 million annually. They're going to jump out of the gate because of these big telecom arrangements and data center arrangements. They're going to come out of the gate. It's going to sound crazy, but I think Railtown could be showing projected revenue of $250 million a year. I don't know, exiting, let's just be safe, exiting this year and growing. And I think that's just for one data center cluster. There's hundreds of these data center clusters around the world. And all of the competition that's out there, and we don't know exactly what the competition is because everything's in this quiet period. My opinion, Railtown may not have more than a handful of competitors, soup to nuts. It looks like there's a bunch of them, but we don't know exactly because let's wait for the research reports. But, you got the Amazons, the Googles trying to create something. Even NVIDIA has made a stack that talks about the orchestration layer. But a friend of mine reminded me, NVIDIA doesn't write software. Is it possible Railtown's in there? Possible. I don't know. That would be more speculation, like gambling. So I don't count that in. But my point is that you're very likely to see Railtown going from 0 perceived revenues to $250 million a year in projected 100% revenues margin within 6 to 9 months, and still growing. And by the way, that number could immediately next year, they could exit next year at 10 times that. And that would only be, I don't know, 10 data center clusters in the world. What does Railtown have going for it? Other than, I believe, and maybe that's gambling, I believe Railtown is the first to market, best in class, and will kick butt. But I guess maybe that's gambling. I don't think it is. But what does Railtown have going for it? Sovereignty. Sovereignty. It's neutral. It's Switzerland. What else does it have going for it from an investor standpoint? You can buy shares in it. And it's being crushed by the machinations of this cabal of quasi-criminal colluding, co-conspiring, Wall Street greedy thieves. So it's cheap. If you were buying Railtown right now at $20 and all of these things we still didn't know, I might start agreeing with your son just slightly that it could be volatile. But at 28 cents, what's the gamble? I don't know. It's quite impressive to me, this opportunity we've been given. But, your son might also be correct that I'm believing my own spit. And therefore, I'm not a reliable source of information. I don't know, but I've tried to show all of my sources of information. I've tried to back everything up with both positive and negative feedback. I don't mind negative as long as it's just not knee-jerk fudster junk. And I don't mind your son's pushback either, because a lot of people are like that. I would guess out of 1,000 people hearing the story, there would probably only be 25 people buying it. So, Ward Richardson, William, I can do arithmetic. Just don't know what DM meant. It means Donna M. Isn't that obvious? DM is Donna M. Steve, DM equals direct message. It also means Deutsche Mark. It also means Ricky Brogan, Justin, congratulations. Ricky Brogan, CJ Yukon, congratulations. Ward Richardson, unknown stuntman. Yes, William filled me in on that this morning. Unknown stuntman. Thumbs up. Unknown stuntman. Someday maybe we'll all have more money than Davy Crockett. Someday when we meet, way up yonder, and those, when we meet, way up yonder. CJ Yukon, Ward says, well done. Ricky Brogan, I hope KYP got out a finger. I don't know what she did, but it's unlikely. It's very hard to sell. Very hard to sell. It was $1.05 just 2 days ago. So how do you justify selling it at 75 cents? It's extremely hard to do. And people are saying it's going to go to $5. But the reason I've become hard ass on it is the document itself. Just the document. You have to face facts. Finger Motion signed its own extinction. So that gives Martin Shen probably 6 months to find another job. It's bottom line. But he signed it. And my initial reaction was to think they fooled him. But the fact is, he's been through this rodeo. So he knew what he was doing. He knew exactly what he was doing. Does the idea that Finger was desperate, it needed the money, that is the wrong way to look at it. Finger failed. Did they expand too quickly? Did they carry too much overhead? But the fact is, whatever, you can't, maybe you don't blame anybody, but for the last 5 years, they haven't made any money. And none of their initiatives caught fire. So the correct way to look at it is, if I, Martin Shen, don't go out and raise money at kitchen table to kitchen table, or if I can't raise money with a plain vanilla financing and go do a road show, talk to advisors, talk to big investors, if I can't do that, and it's shitty going and asking, sorry, Steve, it's a pity. That's what I meant to say, darling. I just mispronounced it. It's really pity to go out seeking money. It's hard to do, but that's what Martin should have done. He works hard. He works hard. But, so does a maid. when you're a CEO, the work that you have to focus on, it's so unpleasant. You got to be raising money, and you got to be doing it plain vanilla. But if you can't, your attorneys who are screwball, and your board, I think in their case it's an honest board, but these advisors are going to come and they're going to say, well, you got to take it, otherwise the company has no chance. That's bad framing. The company has no chance if you sign this. So the real thing is, unless he had money coming from somewhere, he had to face the truth of it and say, you know what? We can't continue burning $500,000-$600,000 a month. We've got $68,000 in the bank. We do have revenue coming in, but it's sporadic. It's time. I'm going to let go of the do-wah-diddy lifestyle arm. I'm going to let go of the new, whatever, Netflix of Southeast Asia. I'm going to let go of the laboratory for big data for the time being. It's not doing anything. The C2, B2, 3-2 contract hasn't resulted in anything. But I don't know. Maybe there's something there. So maybe we'll just streamline that, and we'll keep Dr. Lou on the job of making that work. And then we'll just focus entirely on expanding the one thing that we know how to do, which is taking discounted minutes from the Chinese government, taking them at a discount in bulk. We have to put up cash. We get $10 million worth of minutes, and we're able to buy them at $9.6 million. We put them up on our website, and consumers clamor for it. We sell it at $10 million, so we make $400,000. We know how to do that. Boring, but it keeps the lights on, pays salaries, and it will keep a reduced footprint. I think that's the way he had to go. But he didn't. He signed the end of the company. So for maybe 6 months, the company will exist, and then it'll go out anyway. And then it'll be space calls like Jeremy Frommer coming on talking about vocal or CRTD. Oh, we've got this, and we've got creators, and we've got this and that, and revenue and that. I'm putting in my own money. Whew. And guess what? We're going to do a 1 for 500 reverse split. We're going to bail out Jeff Easton, my best buddy. That's what's ahead of you. I wish it weren't. Justin Babish, someone mentioned average price. Mine has come down a little, 38.5. If I have conviction in company, cheaper feels better when buying. Yeah, but you know what, Justin? It's funny to have, like Steve does or you do, a nice big position. It'll feel good buying it as the price goes up. In other words, if your average price is 38.5 and you somehow were able to buy an equal amount of it in terms of number of shares at 80 cents, it would feel good because your average cost would be 60 cents. And it'd be like that all the way up. You'll always be buying more if the price makes sense, but your average price will always be lower than what you're paying. I mean, once you start buying at much higher prices, it won't be significantly different. Justin Babish, one of those Apple Map Street View cars with the camera mounted on the roof was driving in front of me yesterday or the day before, and I wrote, well, it's interesting. I'm not smart enough, but both with Tesla and with Apple and others, that data and Google, that data they're collecting, that's creating AI and software with a moat, and it becomes a barrier to entry for other people. So it trains their language models, it trains their robots. It's an enormously valuable data set that they have, and it's all because of data centers and the huge leap in chips, and maybe what's next, quantum computing. Justin Babish, Railtown in a black magic marker and put it on my so the camera was going around. You wrote Railtown so they could see it. That's great. That's a great thing. PS71. Hello, Sir Bill. Hi, PS71. Okay, here comes another riddle. Rain no fail, shorts fixing the whale. The market seems to have taken a hot break today. Lion of all trades seems bullish on data centers in his latest space call, though. Well, the market's down. I don't know. It's the Dow's down 1.35%. That upsets you. Nasdaq's down 4%. It's nothing. S&P's down 2.64%. These aren't. You got to not read the headlines and not get into all the emotional. Have a theory of what you think's going to happen. I think I think it's very normal for profit taking to occur. I already gave you what I think's going on. Advisors and mutual funds and private equity are taking profits in some of these other stocks. That's a source of funds for them to fill out their allocation of SpaceX. They've got to come up with what? I don't know. The thing's being valued at $1.7 trillion or something. And they're selling, I don't know the numbers, 40% into the IPO. I don't know. So they got to come up with, let's say, essentially $1 trillion. That cash isn't sitting out there. That deal's going to be priced in 1 week. It's June 5th. That deal's going to be priced June 12th. They need the cash. That's why I think the sell-off's happening. But it's also true that I've heard that Israel and the United States are going to attack Iran this weekend. I hope it's not true. I hope it's not true. Pulte's going to fire a large number of deep state community members. God, I tell you guys, when the Democrats run this country again, Account settings. Good afternoon, William. Hello, everyone. Added 999. Good for you. What a nice number that you have, account settings. That's a really nice number. Thank you, William. Good luck all. Look, I'm going to quote a friend of mine when I spoke to him. I just got to find it. He said something I wrote down. Nobody's selling Railtown, by the way. I might not have written it down. I don't have to quote him exactly. Anyway, he's followed the company Railtown a long time, and in his opinion, when news breaks and revenue awareness starts, that those revenue numbers are going to be massive, and the market will react to it quickly. That's his opinion. One guy's opinion. Account settings. Congratulations to everyone who bought more shares yesterday. I agree. I agree. Congratulations to everyone. Bob S., congratulations to all of you who were adding. What a price. What a price. Steve, you are a beast. Dida, I think. I'm working on data center build-outs. It is tough on these grand scales, and the schedules are so compressed. It is exciting, though, hearing the opportunity with smaller companies. Yeah, I bet it's a hard job. I bet it's hard, and I bet they are driving it because they're borrowing so much money. They need to turn it into profit. But you had the biggest rock star in AI, Jensen Huang, in Taiwan, stating that agentic AI is here. And the orchestration layer, again, it's got a lot of different names, is the critical piece to make it profitable. AI is making money now because of this. I mean, you don't need much more. So my point is that you're right. The data centers are, I bet, slave drivers because they got to cut costs and get to revenue. But Railtown, in my judgment, is the key piece to get that revenue. I have one unproven belief, and if I'm wrong, it just means my greedy, massive picture is wrong. It doesn't mean gigantic gains won't be had. But my opinion is Railtown has the only product like it in the world. Does that mean they're going to have no competition? No, because the prize is so big. But I think what it means, frankly, I keep hoping that Railtown is a unicorn, a decacorn, a hecacorn, a thorn in the short's butt. But I think it's going to get bought out at a big number. Well, so Zelensky is proposing a full ceasefire. Some whatever. Ward Richardson. Account settings. Well done. Yeah, it's awesome account settings. Awesome. That's a huge number. Matthew, Telus is a telco, right? Typically, telcos are millions of dollars in debt. Won't Railtown have to share in this debt? No. Telus has a lot of debt. There's no question about it. Telus has enormous debt. But no, the debt belongs to Telus, not to Railtown. Not to Railtown. And I would argue with you, Matthew, again, this is not proven yet, but I would argue that for Telus to make money on all of their investment at Rimouski and soon to be Kamloops, they need Railtown. That's my opinion. Ryan Gill, I'm a bit skeptical. Okay. Plus, it looks like a downtrend from here. Well, when you look at the chart, maybe I have one here still. I do love you. Bum, bum, ba, dum, dum. Still. Bum, bum, dum, dum. Morning's just a moment away, and I am here without you. So here, I mean, I guess, Ryan, you're saying it looks like it's just, let's say what you said, it looks like a downtrend from here. This is either a long downtrend or you think it's going to break this support and come to the bottom of the page, not knowing anything. You're just a day trader looking at a chart. I would say that this isn't the prettiest chart out there. So if you open a book of charts and you want to find something investable on a day trade, I wouldn't say that Railtown's priced right now at a place that you're going to go, wow, I want to get in as a day trader. So I would agree with that analysis, but I think it's pretty weak analysis. Ryan Gill, I mean, why go so hard for one stock like you did with others? I'm curious. I don't get it. I mean, why go so hard for one stock like you did with others? Well, if I did it with others, am I going for one stock? Or are you saying with others, I only focused on one stock? Ryan, let me run it down. I had a role in the idea that if short squeezes occurred, they could have these big moves because I believed the premise and I experienced it. But over time, I allowed facts to change my point of view. I do not believe short squeezes will happen. There seem to be some, but it never seems to be where we are. And I don't think short squeezes will happen because there's a buy-in for settlement. I think short squeeze, I've described before. I think a group of manipulators can make a short squeeze, perhaps. But then again, I don't think anyone here is going to be able to trade a short squeeze. So I've completely changed my framework from 3-4 years ago. But I did draw these charts and I did say this is how this could happen. Now, there were quite a few different stocks that were chosen. They weren't my stocks. Finger wasn't my stock. GTII, AME, GMC, Vocal, CRTD, ZJYL, G-Bucks, GDC. None of these are my stocks. None. But I provided a platform for their presentation, and I did buy into this idea that we could witness or cause or somehow be in front of a squeeze. I was wrong. And I'm not proud of that. I should have seen it. But, the information is so hard to find. And I worked from all angles: Congress, space calls, letters to CEOs, meeting CEOs, meeting investors. I did everything I could. I'm just one person. So if you're curious about that, you're curious up the wrong tree. Why go so hard for this stock? Since you're skeptical, I guess you haven't been following it. It's going to be hard to condense it in one answer. I've spent a year on it, but I'll give you why go for one stock. I want people to escape this day trading mentality, and I want them to escape the promoters and the fudsters in stocks under $5 in the US markets on the over-the-counter and NASDAQ, because they are being victimized. They are being stripped of their savings. It's not real investing. And to use Donna's son's words, you might say it's gambling, but I don't even think it's gambling. It's gambling like 3-card Monte or the Find the P is gambling. It's rigged. And so I believe, Ryan Gill, that people who have lost money in MMTLP, GMC and AME and CRTD and Vocal and Finger and G-Bucks and GDC and ZJYL and go on and on and on the list. I believe the way to get out of those losses, Ryan Gill, is not to be a day trader. There's not a single person here who can win at day trading over maybe one time. But Gil, I'll use my example as it relates to MMTOP. I lost about 30, I don't, might be a little high, but including commissions, I lost 38,000 in MMTOP. Now, what a lot of people, including me, thought the best way to get people's money back was go to Congress, get on the space calls, write letters, stand in front of the SEC, just be a collective community organizer and make something happen. Get attorneys, get the story out. Well, I decided that the best way to help MMTOP and others is not because I went out and looked for this stock. It's just as I studied Railtown, I already said that Railtown first came to me as a Microsoft embedded software creator solving a real problem. And to me, it looked like something that would get a lot of customers and then Microsoft would buy it. I mean, that's a pretty good trade. I didn't act on it right away. I bought a little, but I didn't really act on it. I didn't act on it for 90 days. And then I bought some at 38 cents. I still have it. I took losses to do so. Of course, it's in my IRA, so I don't get the advantage of the losses. But what I sold continued downward. But here's the thing. As the year went by, Railtown bought AIP and then got involved with TELUS, so the story kept getting better and better. But another two coincidences happened, Ryan Gill. I used to subscribe to James Altucher, so I get his crap. There's no way to unsubscribe from all his crap. So a year ago, a little more than a year ago, I signed up for one of his exclusive presentations. And I watched it, I downloaded it. And I watched it several times, and you can never fast forward it. So you always got to start from the beginning. And it's all self-promotional. But James Altucher got a few points across in my head about AI. I know you are a bit skeptical, apropos nothing. But I had my skepticism. I'm like, oh, it's another Bitcoin thing. But I listened. And the things that I remember he said, and I took notes, I studied it. This is the greatest technological transformation in 150 years in humankind. And it's the greatest wealth creation opportunity in human history. And this will create more wealth than crypto. It will make crypto look like a ripple. This is the greatest technological change in 150 years. He said, this is AI 2.0. AI 1.0 was the public chat box and the collecting of the data. AI 2.0 is the big data centers, the big compute power, and the ability to use these giant computers to do something. AI 2.0. Well, that was James Altucher. About a month later, a colleague of mine from my old office sent me his analyst research report, and I noticed a couple of things. He is sending it out to his best investors, and I guess out of kindness to me, from the Morgan Stanley analyst for robotics. And I watched that video. I've shared these videos with everybody here, but you weren't here, so you're skeptical. But it showed, he didn't call it AI 2.0. I think he called it AI for everything, or AI for everyone, or something like that. But his big thing was that AI is going to do things. Robotics, automobiles, and other things. And he talked in terms, this is the analyst, talked in terms of the enormity of the addressable market, trillions of dollars. But he also talked that it's already here and it's going to transform our lives in a greater way than the Industrial Revolution. These are big statements. So one of the lessons I got out of those two guys is how big this really is. It's not just a company that's going to flip to Microsoft. The whole global market, the macro market, is gigantic. But the other thing I got out of it, and this is the only thing that I can add from experience, they were training Wall Street and all the sales force on Wall Street, all the advisors, all of the hedge funds, all of the people with pools of money and representing money, they were training them about AI, teaching them, getting ready for big investments in the AI space later in 25. And coming around 26, it was really going to accelerate. Well, it's happening. I was right about that. But the reason Railtown, and you probably know this, the reason Railtown is suppressed is Railtown went public. They started early. And they intentionally designed an AI technology for the shift from software as a solution to AI software as a solution, from SDKs, software development kits, to ADKs, agentic or AI development kits. They intentionally were early, and they were so early people didn't know what they were talking about. They ran out of their own money. They ran out of friends and family's money. They ran out of some of their angels. They had to go public. They went public in Canada, which you know because you're one of them, or you're a day trader, so you've seen it. They get slaughtered. But that's what happened. And then they decided we need more money. We're going to join the over-the-counter market in the United States so we can tap the United States markets. Luckily, ChatGPT came out and everyone became aware of AI. So they didn't have to go do a deal with Jeff Easton or somebody like him. But they're on the over-the-counter. And so those computerized cell programs, the high-frequency programs, the algorithmic punishing, the strip mining of pennies starts. And it particularly started when they announced that they were buying AIP because they have to, by SEC regulation, telegraph their move. They had to announce, we entered into a memorandum of understanding. The computer starts selling. We're going to enter an LOI in a few weeks. Negotiation. Computers start selling. we are combining two companies, computers start selling. And then the kicker of all kickers, our exclusive agent is Canaccord Genuity, notorious for helping the short sellers. So they started selling. And so the company, two things. The company's a public company, unlike Langchain, for example, who Langchain last year raised money, post money. They raised 125 million, post money valuation of $1.25 billion based on projected revenue when they had de minimis revenue, next to no revenue. They were just projecting it at between 12 and 16 million dollars a year, losing money. But Sequoia led it with some other private equity, and they priced it at over $1 billion a year ago. And it's not as good as Railtown, but you're skeptical because you're smarter than Sequoia, and you're smarter than John Ruffalo, and you're smarter than the BlackBerry boys that put money into Railtown just 2 months ago at these same prices. You were smarter than they are, so you're skeptical. I don't know how to help you. Just continue day trading. You'll be able to afford more than a t-shirt soon. Maybe you can get some lights on in your room so you can take a picture in the light. The addressable market for Railtown is over $1 trillion a year. According to estimates from Goldman Sachs and others, as AI goes from human beings to agents, agent to agent, agentic, spending of tokens, and as companies allow agents, their agents, to spend money and engage in contracts, they need a software layer that they can trust vertically so that their information doesn't go out to the CIA and Mossad, and so that their agents are controllable, so the agents don't hallucinate and spend the entire company's bank account down to zero in one frenetic evening. What Railtown has created is an orchestration layer. You probably never heard of it because you're skeptical. A governance layer. You've probably never heard of it because you're skeptical. A conductor layer. You've probably never heard of it because you're skeptical. An observability layer. You've probably never heard of it because you're skeptical. And a real-time data ingestion layer and more, a harness, so that agents can be observed, controlled, stopped, and directed to do the right thing at scale. That's $1 trillion a year or more. I think Goldman Sachs's target is $1.7 trillion globally. Railtown is the only soup to nuts platform out there that I know of, which is sovereign, neutral, and you can buy publicly. And it's crushed, and you're skeptical because you know so much. So why do I work so hard on one stock? You're curious? You are. Looking at you, I agree. You are a curious looking fellow. In my MMTLP, I lost $38,000. And I thought, these attorneys, these congressmen, they're never going to do anything. So this is an example. Why don't I add in I lost in finger at least 125,000. I lost in GTII. I don't know. I don't have the heart to look, but I lost easily 100,000. It might be more. What else? I lost in Logic. I don't know what number I lost over time in that, but I would say it's on par with finger, probably higher. But let's just say 125 because it's easy math. And let's ignore everything else because I'm too tired to come up with it. So it's 350 plus 38. It's $388,000 I lost. I'm estimating. Okay, but other people have this experience. So why do I focus on one stock? Because it's not these other manipulated stocks. Every single stock in the over-the-counter is manipulated, and hot day traders like you either join in or you don't know what you're doing. So in my example, if I lost $388,000, that's my losses, 388. What can I do to not be a victim? And what can I do to make my account whole? Well, if I assume Railtown is going to go to $3.50 a share. By the way, Ryan Gill, you're skeptical. If you take $1.25 billion valuation of Lang Chain last year, a year ago was when they were raising money, and you divide it by the current shares outstanding of Railtown, it's equivalent to $5.50 a share. Now, you're going to be skeptical. Not that you know anything. You're just skeptical. And you're a rather curious looking fellow. So what do? I take $388,000 of losses. I divide it by my initial target of Railtown that I just picked out of thin air of $3.50, right? So I find a calculator that actually functions. I take the losses of 388 and I divide it by 350. And that means I need to own 111,000 shares of Railtown. Well, that kind of sucks. So let me pick a different number because we're talking about my IRA here. And let's pick a number. Let's just go to 550 and see what it comes up with. This is my example. Everybody else has different resources and different examples. 388 divided by 5.5. That means I need 70,500 shares. Let's just call it 70,000 shares of Railtown. And that kind of fits my IRA. So because I don't have the account or the money I used to get my losses back, I picked a higher target than I suggest to other people. But I think 550 will be easily achieved by Railtown. And my target for Railtown, by the way, is $55 a share over time. But when the aha moment comes, when the news blackout ends, and when revenue starts being visible, and Wall Street enters this stock in the white of hottest areas in the private equity funding, although this is a public stock, 550 is going to be easy, I think. So anyway, I divide that by 550. It means I need to own 70,000 shares of Railtown to make back my losses for this hellish experience of trading in these stocks via Twitter, Reddit, and all these other nightmares. So I get my 70,000 shares of Railtown, and let's say my average cost is 40 cents. So it costs me $28,000 to buy Railtown. So now my total commitment to the monies I've already lost and the new commitment, it brings the account to a targeted number to get back in the green of $416,218. I don't think people are going to make that back day trading. I don't think they're going to make it back listening to you. I don't think they're going to make it back with Tony the Tiger. I think they need to get the heck away from all of these manipulated stock stories. But I just told you why I think Railtown's different. I don't think Railtown belongs here. I think it's mispriced. I think if it were in the private equity area, it'd already be $20 a share. But you're skeptical. All right, so then what you do is you take the 416,000 and you divide it by the 70,000 shares of Railtown, and that gets the target you need to see to go into the green. It's $5.94 in my case. So it's $6 a share. I'm in the green. I've made back. I'm no longer a victim. I've made back all of the money I lost in this cranberry show. And $6 is actually, I still think there's another 10x in the stock. So not only can I get back to the green, I believe there's a chance to 10x my entire experience. That's why I focus on one stock. That's why I focus on Railtown. I don't do it on purpose. I didn't decide to find one stock only. And I think other people here can do that kind of arithmetic and they can get whole again. That's why I'm doing it. Now at 28 cents a share, if the stock goes to 280, that's 10x, right? If the stock goes to $5.60, that's 20x. That's where Lang Chain was valued. And it's a lesser, not a bad company, it's just a different and lesser story. If the company goes to $11.20, which is where I think it'll go quickly after it gets through the $5 Merrill Lynch rule, you're at 40x. If the company goes to $22 and 40 cents, you're at 80x. And just to finish it, if it goes to $45, you're at 160x. And my target's 55. Let me just make sure that arithmetic is correct. Yeah, that's it. So why do I focus on one stock? It's the best fundamental macro story in 150 years. And I think this stock is the best in its class, which is the white hot area of AI right now, globally. They started 7 years ago. It's not a flash in the pan. It's not a manipulated stock. It's not relying on puff piece news stories. They have not taken toxic financing. They are fully funded to get to revenue. Their products are built and ready to scale. They're on top of TELUS and maybe other data centers that are going to leap their revenues from de minimis to massive quickly. The quiet period is going to end over the next few months, and research is going to come out, and institutions are going to be there. BlackBerry invested. BlackBerry joined the company. The guy that built the sovereign data center, number 78 in the world, joined the advisory board. But you're skeptical. So why do I focus on one stock? Money. At 28 cents, if it goes to lane chain valuations from last year, you make 20x on your investment. 20x. If it crosses the $5 Merrill Lynch price, $5 rule, institutions can buy. It'll immediately go into the low teens. That's 40x. It goes to $44, it's 160x on your money. This can all happen very quickly. So the reason I focus on this company isn't because it's one stock and you're curious. I don't understand why you would put your money anywhere else. You are a curious looking guy. So what would be $44.80 in enterprise value for Railtown? That would be a $10 billion company. How, you wonder, could a $60 million company be worth $10 billion? Revenue. And growing revenue and high margin revenue. Well, we don't see it yet. But you're skeptical because you haven't studied it. You don't know anything about AI. You're just a day trader. You're so lazy that you don't bother to learn a story. But let me give you how it might happen. 10 billion. Now, the Lang Chain valuation, when it was priced, was 80 times revenue, and they were losing money. 80 times. There's been deals valuations done at 100 and 150 and 200 times revenue. But the AI as a software space, if we can call it that, the revenues range from 25 to 50x. With the high margin, high growth orchestration layer, 35x would be not only conservative, it'd be a reasonable number, 35x of revenue, particularly when Railtown's revenue is largely net revenue. It's largely cash flow. And it's in the hottest in most demand space right now, 35x. But let's not use 35x. Should we use 25x? You're going to say, no, you're skeptical. Why don't we just use 15x? Why don't we be murderous? So let's divide it by 15. That means you need $698 million in revenue, $700 million in revenue at Railtown at 15 multiple gives you a $10 billion valuation, gives you $44, $45 a share, gives you 160x on your investment. And you're going to say, well, I'm skeptical. And I'm curious, why are you just focusing on one stock? Because I want people to make money, and a lot of it, and get away from you. But how could Railtown ever do $700 million in annual recurring revenue? Well, I'll tell you one place. It's in the press releases. It's in the presentations, but you're skeptical. Tell us by 2028, that's a year and a half, intends to grow their annual revenue from AI-enabled technologies to $2 billion a year. $2 billion. What is their AI-enabled technologies? It's their data centers. It's Rimouski and Kamloops. I know you're skeptical, so let's only use $1 billion. They have a revenue split. I believe, now this you can be skeptical because you don't know what you're talking about, but I will admit that I don't know this. But I believe Railtown is critical to making those data centers work. Productively, and making them generate the $2 billion. But I'm going to use $1 billion, and I'm going to use a 20% of that going to Railtown. 20%. That's $200 million a year from the TELUS data center, probably just at Rimouski, but let's count them both. Rimouski and Kamloops, Railtown split is $200 million a year. That's TELUS. There's 3 telecoms. Of course, you're skeptical, but there's 3 telecoms in Canada, one of the world's top 10 economies. And Canada is focused on becoming the AI powerhouse because of cheap energy and a lack of population, so they have excess energy, and cold water for green power, and because they're not bombing Iran. They have the ability to focus on AI, and it's been a strategy. So if we assume each of those telecoms decide they need Railtown, we could add 200 million from each of them, but let's just say one of them gets it. So in Canada, we can assume maybe over the next 5 years that Railtown's revenue from data centers on a similar split that with TELUS, it grows to 400 million a year, 400 million in revenue. Let's say by 2030, 400 million a year in Canada. Do you know how many data centers and data center clusters are being built around the world and how many want sovereignty? Hundreds, but you're skeptical. And you're a curious looking fella, as you let us know you're curious. So you got 400 million coming out of Canada. I just told you that Railtown needs 700 million at a 15x multiple to achieve a $10 billion valuation. We're more than halfway there. Where else could they get 400 million? Let's go to 800 million. Where else could they get 400 million in the world? Europe? The UK? I don't know if you count that as Europe. Middle East? Korea? Japan? Southeast Asia? The United States of America. What if there's 400 million coming out of Canada and 400 million coming out of the United States of America? Of course, you're going to be skeptical, but that gives you 800 million in revenue at 15x. That hits $45 plus per share. So why am I focused so hard on one stock? Because people are going to make a lot of money and they're going to be independent. They're going to get away from the likes of you. That's why I'm focused on it. I'm not paid to do it. I have not been given shares or warrants. My goal simply is for people to have a chance to make back not only the money they lost, but to make multiples of that money back so they get paid for the time they lost. How's that, Ryan Gill? Oh, Lord. In my opinion, not financial advice. Would you rather get fingered and feel the squeeze or get sent to Pound Town with Railtown? That's obviously not advice. It's also not very clever. I didn't realize you're just a short. I wish I hadn't answered any of your questions. I personally don't want anything to do with you, so we'll move on. Account settings. Thank you, Ward. Have a nice day. Matthew, your BlackBerry millionaires are risk takers. Also, they could be saying it's only 20 cents. Why not take a chance on this? I don't think that's Matthew. That is such childish thinking. I mean, it's a knee-jerk reaction, but no. Mike Lapadopoulos and Donald Fagan do not invest outside of their own ecosystem, quantum computing, and their other enterprises. The question to ask isn't they just see it as 27 cents, why not take a punt? That's not the question. Why would they spend their time and energy and join the board and spend their reputation away from their own ecosystem? That's the question. Not, oh, it's just 27 cents and I'll take a chance on this. That's what you do. That's not what they do. That's not what they do. Unknown stuntmen. I have an earbud in watching the kid at the indoor park. Let it rip now. You're a good-hearted person, Steve. Ryan Gill, wait. 1 for 500 reverse split on the stock I'm talking about? I didn't say that, Ryan Gill. I said 1 for 500 on Vocal, CRTD. That happened already. That was Jeremy Frommer. Matthew, my average price on rail is 0.3081. Ricky Brogan, Frankie, that used to comment on here, told me this morning, ham blocked and posted for everyone. I'm sorry, Ricky. I have no idea what you wrote there. Frankie, I know that name, that used to comment on here, told me this morning. Okay, I got that far. Ham blocked and posted for everyone. Ham blocked and posted for everyone. Ham blocked and posted for everyone. I have no idea what that means. I'm sorry. Ricky, Frankie was calling out the pumping. Yeah, it might be that Ham's not going to appreciate what I've said about finger motion, but I'm not saying anything bad about Ham. And I'm really like all the investors. But, I got defensive when I saw what the computer was saying about Martin and the board. But I'm not defensive anymore. Martin knew what he was signing. And, I gotta call it the way I see it. Could this be the one toxic financing that somehow the company escapes and thrives? Sure, there's that possibility, but it's not likely. Matthew, people are selling to buy SpaceX. I happen to agree with you. You're welcome. That you pointed out that people are selling to buy SpaceX? Well, that's a pretty sharp observation, Matthew. Ricky Brogan, Ham blocked Frankie for no reason. Oh, well. Mike Kraken, Quaker Oats adds more products to recall list because of the salmonella concerns. Maybe this caused the dip today. I don't think so. Matthew, William, you're the best salesman out there. You should have been in that Twilight Zone movie when the salesman outwitted Mr. Death. That'd be great. I'd like to outwit Mr. Death. Mike Kraken, I don't consider myself a salesman. I believe what I'm saying. I would describe myself perhaps more as a teacher, but I don't think I'm an effective salesman. Railtown AI would have caught this. Salmonella? Mike Kraken, XRP. Everyone is in love with XRP, and it might have a role of course, in a new Bretton Woods, let's call it, but it won't be Bretton Woods. It'll be the new St. Petersburg Accord, or the new Tehran détente, or the new Shanghai protocol. But what has happened in the Middle East on behalf of a psychopath, Netanyahu, has rapidly changed the United States story in the world. It is the end of the dollar as we've known it. It's the end of U.S. standing in the world, because we decided to stand by this generation's Nazis. And since we're on the wrong side, we don't even know how to present ourselves anymore. The rest of the world doesn't trust us. Now, I think there's still a chance for the United States to pull back from the brink. We have to jettison the Zionists. We have to jettison Netanyahu. And we have to recognize that the rest of the world deserves a place at the table, and that we are one among equals, rather than Victoria Nuland's una power in the world. But I don't know if we'll do that. But I tell you, the biggest thing that's going to be shown to be false is, as this standoff, because of our commitment to a group of Nazis in Israel, Netanyahu and his radical right-wing murderers, because of our commitment to them, we're going to have an energy crisis worldwide in about a month. It'll start in about a month. And the lie we tell ourselves that we are self-sufficient in energy is going to be tested on a massive scale. It'll be first tested probably in diesel fuel. It might get tested in the kerosene we put in aircraft. It almost certainly is going to be tested in gasoline. And when gasoline goes to $10 and $15 and $20, if available this summer, I'm not saying that's 100% what's going to happen, but it's the probability. People are going to realize that the United States is not self-sufficient in oil. Why do you think Trump wants to make Canada our 51st state? I would think Mexico would be next, Cuba following, and Venezuela. We'll have 54, 55 states by the time it's done, because we don't have enough energy. And in that environment, as oil goes to $200, $300, $400, $500 a barrel, guess what's going to happen, Mike Kraken? Oil's not going to be priced in dollars anymore. It might be a basket of currencies. It might be the ruble. You want me to tell you it's going to be XRP. I don't think XRP meets the standard of a unit of value. I mean, it is one. It probably meets the standard of being divisible. I think it meets the standard of being unique. But does it meet the standard that it maintains its value? I don't know. I don't think crypto has proven that it can replace the dollar or currencies for that matter. You know what I think is starting to prove it? Is tokens. And there's 40 or 50 trillion dollars in global spending every year. Crypto has about 2 or 3% of that. I don't think it's the logical place for a new Bretton Woods. One place I think might occur is tokens. Tokens. And Anthropic has the standard. Anthropic has the universal standard for token spending and allocating, spending and buying and paying for, if that's the same thing, compute power. Anthropic has it. And I think I actually think there's a place for Railtown to be the layer that allows that standard to be trusted worldwide. But we'll find out. You know, maybe I'm being greedy for the whole pie, and I should be happy for the whipped cream on top. But I really think that instead of being fascinated by XRP, although XRP will run if there's ever some sort of collapse, I think the place you should be turning your attention is to tokens and how agentic AI is going to create the alternative form of money, which I think is going to be tokens. I think it's a unit of account. I think it has value. I think it's discrete. I think it's subdividable. I think it has duration. It stands. It doesn't tarnish. It doesn't disappear. I think it can be anonymous. I think it can be trusted. I think it can be stored. I think it can be spent. I think it's going to be tokens, not crypto. That's my opinion. But you know, look, for everything I said about the dollar right now, I think there's going to be one more rush of the world's wealth into dollar-denominated currencies, because for all of our wrongdoing, for all of our misjudgment, people trust the U.S. markets and the dollar. And that one more time will give us chances to move our investments perhaps into tokens, perhaps into Anthropic, perhaps we'll be in Railtown and Anthropic will buy us. Who the hell knows? And maybe there'll be a role for XRP, but I wouldn't count on it. I wouldn't count on it. I think crypto is going to be eclipsed by tokens, not tokenism, but by tokens. I think almost by mistake, Anthropic has created a better vehicle for what you're looking for than XRP or Bitcoin or any of it. And certainly as energy is allocated to data centers and as scarce energy is allocated to data centers, the hard arithmetic of ROI, it's tokens. It's not crypto. Look at Hive. Somebody just sent it to me, and I did some searching for answers. Hive used to be a Bitcoin miner, essentially. Now it's data centers for AI. I wouldn't bet the farm on XRP. Could it rally? Sure. Mike Kretkin, I thought I heard it from here. XRP. I like XRP. I studied. That's why I subscribed to James Altucher. XRP was one. I think there was one named Luna, or am I conflating that with Anna Paulina Luna. I don't know, but I think I liked Luna. And there were a couple of others. I like the story, but I really think crypto is not the future. Maybe SDRs will be the future. Maybe gold and silver will be the future. GMC and AME, yeah, whatever they are. Those are what everyone got caught up in the bubbles of squeezes. And one's selling for $1 and the other's $20. They never squeeze, but Tiny Tim, the tiger, constantly recommends them. Is going to squeeze or whatever the hell he's saying. But it's just making money for Mickey Cohen or Ricky Cohen or Johnny Cohen or Cohen, Ralphie Cohen, Robert Cohen, whatever the hell Cohen. And everyone's in awe of it. We gotta get away from it. Mike Kraken missed those. Dang. All right. I don't know. If you're making fun of me, it doesn't matter, Mike. Ridicule me. It's not going to change what Railtown AI Technologies is able to do. As you stand there in your fantasy picture, I don't know that I'm the one that should be ridiculed. Rail no fail shorts fixing the whale. Ryan Gill sounds like he isn't a true rail lover. Could be a Hort Hedgy. Yeah, it sounds like that. I didn't know it at first, though. Mike Kraken, yeah, Ripple has XRP. Yeah, okay. I'm not saying that crypto won't have its day, but I really think you should look at tokens. Ryan, are you a day trader? Mike Kraken asks. Ryan Gill, I'm smarter than the average William Farrand, if I can be honest. I don't know. Only you can determine if you can be honest. Yeah, you might be smarter than I am. I have no idea. I don't know you. I enjoy being around smart people and always have. I've always really enjoyed conversations or listening to smart people, interacting with them. And I've never been threatened by it. But I can, to use your words, I can honestly say I'm bored of my conversation with you. Ryan Gill, who cares if I'm a day trader or not? I'd prefer to day trade instead of putting myself through agony waiting for a miracle that isn't going to come. Okay, thanks for your comment. Rail no fail. You must be looking forward to when Railtown recoups your near 7-figure total losses in the previous stocks of interest. That will give the naysayers a bunch of crow to stick in their ear. I don't know. I don't know if my numbers for me personally were exactly right. But yeah, I would like to make back my losses. But and everybody out there should know that might color that my framework of analysis. But it isn't like I went out and picked a stock and said, I'm going to make it go up. That's not it at all. I just, in a long-winded way, explained the journey to my conviction that Railtown is going to be a completely disruptive technology, and it's going to be well rewarded for it. And that has nothing to do with whether I talk about it or not. But I do think it's the one area that I'm able to help people make the money back that they lost. And yes, they got to put a little more money up. But I'm horrified by what the markets are today. They were not like this when I was Ryan the Pills age. They were not like this. And I think it's going to be very hard to fight day traders to make your money back. So, and I don't think the opportunity is going to exist very long to make the money back with Railtown. But it's a typical asymmetric bet. And I think we've done a lot of research on it. And literally, you can lose 28 cents at the most. But if you put all of your speculative money in there, that's all of your money. But I don't see that happening. I don't see that happening. The fallback is they just do their AIP network partners revenue, and they roll up those companies and create another Constellation software. That's the fallback. I just don't see Railtown going to zero. So on the other hand, I think as people get aware of what Railtown's revenue is, look, no one knew LangChain. It's just a guy that came up with, let's put some chains of reasoning together. And if you don't like those two chains, put that chain up and get another one. And that's worth $2-3 billion now. This is the kind of industry, the transformational industry that's going on. And people can get stuck on day trading, but guess what? They're not going to make money. You're going to make money by owning the Railtown. That's my opinion. If you know another stock, I'm all ears, like Ross Perot. But I haven't found another one. Mike Kraken, but you win with the best oats in the world. I have no idea what that means. Ryan. I'm going to skip that, Ryan. I'm not going to punish my listeners. Mike thinks you're a good dude. Yeah, okay. Ricky Brogan, been reading up on Quantum Valley Investments, founded by the BlackBerry founders. Yeah, it's a big deal. And if you look into it, there's GPUs, CPUs, and QPUs. And what if that all gets intertwined? And it almost certainly will. Who's better? Ricky Brogan, Mike and Ryan seem to be in the dark. No fun intended. Ryan. Well, all right, so Ryan knows a little bit about me. It's a fair question. If you seem to know everything and even worked with an institution like Merrill Lynch, how the heck aren't you rich and retired somewhere in Florida in a place called Shady Acres? Well, I wouldn't retire in Florida probably. And I wouldn't retire in a place called Shady Acres. That I have no interest in that. I probably wouldn't retire anyway. But your broader question is, how come I'm not rich? Well, one reason is I left the business. Had I stayed in the business, I'd have a large book. I'd be generating a lot of monthly income. And you're right. Should I want to, I could retire to Florida. But I've made a lot of money in my life. I've made investors a lot of money. But most recently, in a bewildering series of events, I had a reversal of fortune. And I don't really want to go through it again. I've been open and honest about it. But My situation is I'm not a wealth advisor at Merrill Lynch or Morgan Stanley with 500 million or $1 billion under my control, earning fees every month. Um, I made other choices, and those were good for a lot of things. But at the end of the day, as you speak to me right now, I'm not your dream. And by the way, you'll never be there day trading. But I hope you are. I don't wish you will. I hope you make a lot of money in day trading. That'd be wonderful. But I don't like that you come here trying to tear me down so people listen to your strategy, which I think is a loser's strategy. Others might love it. Others might love it. It's fascinating. Let me give you an example on this chart. If you start with 28 cents and it goes to $45 a share, I know that sounds completely unplausible. Let's just go to $28 a share. You take your account, let's say you have $50,000 in your account right now, and that's bigger than most people have. But a guy like you would suggest, well, why don't we day trade in AME or day trade over here in XRP, and we'll day trade here. And so we'll spread it out across 3 or 4 or 5 dog stocks. But we'll be fascinated looking at the chart every day, and we'll have space calls, and it'll be, oh, it's going to be wonderful. Well, we do that with the 50 grand. We put 10 grand in each stock. If, on the other hand, we put 50 grand right now, all those speculative stocks and high risk stocks and junky stocks, we take those buckets for the time being and we put it all in Railtown because we've done our homework and we have information that other serious investors cannot act on. And we have information that other investors like yourself simply will not look at. But we have the ability to act, we act. So we take $50,000 and let's say it goes to $28, not to 55, goes to $28. We've turned our 50,000 into $5 million. I just want to check that because I don't want to be. Yeah, we've turned 50,000 into $5 million. You can't do that day trading. Ignoring taxes for the time being. Let's say then, Ryan, you convince people that they should be doing your day trading because you're skeptical and you're talented at reading charts and you're smarter than I am all day long. Well, now you got $5 million account. You can take 50,000 out. And by the way, you could have that $5 million account this year, but you could take $50,000 out, set up an account at Schwab for day trading, and it's 1% of your assets. Right now, each of those $10,000 bets are a fifth of your assets. But if you concentrate your position into all of this bucket of junk, manipulated stocks, high risk stocks, day trading stocks, speculative stocks, if right now, let's say your account's 50 grand right now, and you put it all in the Railtown AI Technologies investment right now, before the rest of the world can act on it, if it goes to $28, you've turned 50 grand into 5 million. And if you want to trade At that point, with the same amount of money you have right now, it's just 1% of your account. And then people can be fascinated by your intelligence and your kindness and your charm and your willingness to look at the camera directly. Pete the Greek, funny how a woman can come on so wild and free, yet insist I don't watch her, or watch her watch me. Funny a woman can come on so wild and free. I guess maybe what's his name? Ryan might be a short, and he might be in trouble. I don't know. What's his motive? Funny a woman can come on so wild and free, yet insist I don't watch her undress or watch her watch me, and stand by the bed and shiver as if she were cold, just to lie down beside me and touch me as if I were gold. One night of love don't make up for 6 nights alone. I'd rather have one than none, Lord, 'cause I'm flesh and bone. Though sometimes it seems she ain't worth the trouble at all, she can be worth the world if somehow you can touch her at all. Right or wrong, a woman can own any man. She can take him inside her and hold his soul in her hand, then leave him as weak and weary as a newborn child, fighting to get his first breath and open his eyes. And then it goes back to one night of love. Funny how, Pete Greek says, funny how Fidelity cashed me out today. What? I have 53,761 shares. We were down just under a penny, yet my account shows a loss of 1,005. Thoughts? Oh, you're not saying they sold your stock. You're saying that your account should be, I hope they didn't sell your stock. You say they're down a penny, so you should only be down $537. Well, it's probably you'd have to look. I don't know if you can. It's probably the closing price they had for the stock, and that might not have matched the closing price that your service, even Fidelity, is using today. The stock closed down 0.0098, and last night it closed at 0.2898. But just maybe that's not the closing price your account statement had. I don't know. I can't explain it. It's a difference of about $400 though. So it's probably something like I said. Pete Greek, I have noticed this stuff as well from Fidelity. I wired more funds to Fidelity today, but from now on, I'm going to buy in my Schwab account. That's probably right. Pete says, that's crazy, Ricky. Got off the phone chewing their arse out. Ricky Brogan. I think Fidelity could be in trouble as well. I think Fidelity is in trouble. I think they're in trouble from Fidelity, from Nextbridge, MMTLP Nextbridge. I think they're massively overexposed there. And I think this MMAT Discovery, I think Fidelity is one of the companies that could go down. But hey, I don't know for sure. And they've got a lot of friends. I show Railtown's volume today at 200,000 shares. These are pro. Typo, Ricky says. Ricky says, we have professional folks in this company, not going to tarnish their reputation doing several reverse splits. So they're not going to do a reverse split. There's no reverse split. Look, I'm pretty sure that there are advisors like from Canaccord Genuity, some part of Canaccord, not all of Canaccord, that would go to Corey and say, why don't you reverse split the stock and it's going to run? I think Corey would tell them, why don't you put your shares in the vault and go play golf or go build an orchid or go take a trip around the world. Railtown is going to take care of itself. And I think Railtown is going to go to prices that more than qualify Railtown to be on any exchange as soon as the dam breaks. That's what I think. Pete the Greek. No, I didn't catch out. Wrong word. Good. Ricky Broken, such as Mike Lazaridis, Doug Fragan, Zaid, Pat Horgan, Mike Norbrega, and John Ruffalo. Hey, Ricky, I'm skeptical. My name is Phil Gill, and I'm smarter than William. And you know what? I'm smarter than all those guys, too. And what do you care if I'm a day trader? I'm the smartest son of a gun that ever was. Ricky Brogan, Marwan and Corey, and many more. This is not hot money. Exactly, it's not hot money. And soon it's going to be your honey. First you get the money, then you get the honey. That's what my friend I guess I can say his name. I won't be giving you his last name, but Mumtaz always told me that. First you get the money, then you get the honey. All right, let's go through some things now that we got through the comments. Nightmare City. Railtown is an investment. All I have to say to Ryan and Mike. Exactly. And I'm going to just take this opportunity to delete Ryan Gill. Who was the other one, Ricky? Mike? I don't know if I'll delete Mike. I'll give Mike another chance, but I deleted the other guy. All right, so let's see where we were yesterday. Oh, that's NRGV. See, I got lost. Let's see what it looks like. Yeah, I said, was the financing for Finger worded to confuse the board? the mechanical there's an Edge AI announcement for finger motion. It's so that it gives finger motion daylight. I didn't write this, from the 45-cent cliff and the $1 listing line. And then the question is, I don't think confuse the board, this is finger motion, is the right frame. Is the document hard to understand? Yes, by genre, not conspiracy. These notes are deliberately complex. I think that's intentional. And the worst economics are buried where a non-specialist won't find them. This is for finger motions, recent financing, not in the headline. $5 million note, 94 cents conversion, no interest. Sounds almost benign. But in the defined terms and cross references, the phrase that does the damage is redemption conversion price equals the lower of the fixed price or 90% of the lowest daily VWAP, volume weighted average price, over 7 trading days, subject to a floor price equal to 20% of the NASDAQ minimum price, which resets every 6 months. A board member skimming a summary sees only the 90% discount and thinks, oh, that's mild. They didn't necessarily feel the reflexive spiral, the floor reset, the 200% registration overhang. Finger motion had to put 200% of freely tradable stock at the transfer agent. You don't think they're coming for that? Or the 7.5% cash premium trap until it's operating. That opacity is real. Opacity, that's just deception. And it's true of essentially every toxic convert. So if your instinct is this is written so the pain doesn't jump off the page, you're right about the genre. But worded to confuse this board, the facts don't support it, and I resist. See, I got defensive there, but I'm now coming around to this analysis being correct. First, this board, Finger's board, has done this exact dance before. Finger took the Lind convertible note in 2022, the same instrument class, the same playbook. These aren't people seeing structured paper for the first time. Second, the board is stable and experienced, not blindsided. The full 6-director slate, Martin Shen, Xian Long Wang, Yu Po Liang, En Ho Ng, Tuk Sen Lo, Yang Yi Cho, was reelected at the February 26 annual meeting, just weeks before the May 13 note. Average board tenure is around 5.3 years. No resignation, no dissent, no shareholder litigation serviced. And CEO Shen personally signed the 8K. A confused or deceived board usually leaves a trail. A director resigns to pursue other interests, for example. All right, I'm not going to read the rest of all that, but we went through that yesterday. If you want to see it, you can go look at it yesterday. All right, so I've got to find what is above this and below that. All right, let's see if I can. I don't know if I can. Oh, maybe I can. So let's see what this is. Funny, a woman can come on so wild and so free, yet insist I don't watch her undress or watch her watch me. Or stand by my bed and shiver like she were cold. Or lay down beside me and touch my skin as if it were gold. Right or wrong, a woman can own any man. She takes him inside her and holds his soul in her hand. Right or wrong, a woman can... Darn it, I'm not going to get what I want. I'm not going to get what I want. I have more guns than I need, but fewer guns than I want. Funny, a woman can come on so wild and so free, yet insist I don't watch her undress or watch her watch me. I can't find where we left off. Let's see what this was. All right, this is for finger motion. They have 61 million shares at the $1.04 where it was trading. The fixed conversion prevails, so you get to 6 million shares. You get a 9% dilution. When the stock was 69 cents, you get a 13% dilution. When it goes to 55 cents, you get a 16% dilution. When it goes to 45 cents, that's the max cap. You get a 20% dilution. But at that point, they can vote to lift the cap. So if it goes to 30 cents, you get a 30% dilution. And if it goes to 19%, which is about the floor zone, you have 48% dilution. But at 30 cents and 19 cents, this is demanded of the company because you're in default. And the shares are already sitting at the transfer agent. So down to 45 cents, the dilution is contained. At 45 cents, the cap binds and the trap springs. You can call a shareholder vote to authorize issuance above 20%, or you can refuse to do it. And the holder tells you they want to be paid in cash every month with a 7.5 premium. That flips it to 125% of the face, 5 million, plus 12% interest. That's why I keep calling it a death spiral rather than just dilution. Ordinary dilution stops when the shares are issued. The structure is reflexive. issuance pushes the price down. The lower price sets a cheaper next conversion, and the cheaper conversion demands more shares. And the moment that demand exceeds 20%, the company is forced to choose between handing over majority threatening dilution or tripping a default, which it cannot cure with cash. And the note registration overhang, which is baked in, Finger must register 200% of the max conversion shares for resale, roughly 25 million shares, so the market gets to see the full potential supply sitting on the shelf well below before it's issued. That overhang itself caps any rally in the stock price. I didn't sign this note. So the mechanical reason for the Edge AI announcement is not advice, was it worded to confuse the board? We read that. We read that. Funny a woman can come on so wild and so free, yet insist I don't watch her undress or watch her watch me. Right or wrong, a woman Did I already lose my place? Let's just try it. I don't know why it's so hard to get back to where I was. I keep doing that. I keep doing that. Damn, dang. Right or wrong, a woman can own any man. All right, let's just pick this one and see what happens here. Darn it. Okay. So all right, let's delete all that. I might just give up. I can't find where I'm supposed to start. It's really frustrating to me. They all look the same. So I might just give up on this particular. Yeah, let's just go up to something new and different. Screw it. So I put this up. And then I want to show you all of this. This is what we're just going to skip talking about finger motion and energy vault. I think I've made my stance pretty clear, and I can't find where we were yesterday. Maybe I'll do it over the weekend. But anyway, this is Zaid Atufat Shamsi, He, by his own description, executive leader, AI factory architect, and sovereign AI pioneer, NVIDIA full stack infrastructure and ecosystem partnerships, AI data center development, global AI vision, and strategic partnerships. And I put it here and asked the computer, what do you think? The image you provided displays Zaid Atufat Shamsi's LinkedIn profile tagline, which reads, I just read it to you. This profile update serves as a perfect synthesis of the macro thesis we have been tracking. It publicly cements his professional identity around the exact convergence of massive physical infrastructure and enterprise software ecosystems. Here is how his chosen titles validate his trajectory and highlight his specific value to Railtown AI. 1, AI factory architect and sovereign AI pioneer. This explicitly highlights his tenure at TELUS, where he spearheaded the design, development, and operationalization of Canada's most powerful sovereign AI cluster. By prominently claiming the sovereign AI title, he is reinforcing that localized secure compute is not just a trend. It is the foundation of his strategic vision. 2, NVIDIA full stack infrastructure. Confirms his deep hands-on integration with NVIDIA's hardware ecosystem. As an architect who has built all 5 layers of a modern AI factory, from physical power and cooling infrastructure directly up through the platform and models, he inherently understands how next generation silicon-like NVIDIA Vera chips will dictate software performance. 3, ecosystem and strategic partnerships. This is the most critical component regarding his relationship with Railtown AI. A core objective of his sovereign AI work has been assembling a robust network of Canadian independent software vendors to advance the nation's domestic AI ambitions. Railtown AI, which builds advanced AI developer tools and agentic orchestration platforms, represents the exact type of specialized software layer needed to make these massive hardware factories functional for enterprises. Railtown represents the exact type of specialized software layer to make these factories functional. The bottom line, Zaid joined Railtown AI's advisory board in May of 2026 to provide strategic guidance as the company expands its enterprise AI offerings and developer platforms. His tagline proves he is not a generic software advisor. He is an infrastructure heavyweight. His explicit focus on linking NVIDIA full stack infrastructure with ecosystem partnerships indicates he is perfectly positioned to ensure Railtown software layer connects seamlessly to the massive multi-million-dollar AI data centers currently being scaled across the country. All right, I'm going to go through these quickly. This is the Las Vegas conference coming up, and I think Eric sent me this. These are just some of the talks. Here's 5 imperatives for sovereign AI at scale. Here's advancing AI factories for scale and efficiency. Here's the Agenic Advantage, charting a smarter path to enterprise something. Agenic AI, build a customer service agent with NVIDIA. Agenic AI burns tokens. Let's fix that. Agenic AI for self-driving. Wow, self-driving. Agenic AI solutions to scale and accelerate impact. Agenic AI use cases, HPE labs. Agenic AI workflows in HPE. Remember, HPE is at the bottom of the telestack along with NVIDIA. Agenic mesh and self-driving automation. Agenic workload mobility infrastructure fabric. Agenic and quantum, rewiring or rewriting the future. AI-driven cloud operations and governance. AI-driven unified observability solutions. AI factory grid, HPE routing and HPE compute. AI inference on HPE ProLient compute. AI infrastructure, speed and scale. And AI LLM powered and MCP, that's Anthropic, troubleshooting. AI powered install-based data enrichment. AI scale, data center readiness. AI sovereignty, who do your agents serve? AI that delivers ROI from infrastructure to intelligence. AI that delivers ROI real results. AI training, tuning, and inference. Amplify AI training and inference. Bring AI to life. Building intelligent AI agents with data. Building sovereign private cloud. Compliant and secure sovereign AI. This is the conference this month. This isn't all of I just got tired. I didn't go through all of them. From inference to agenic, what enterprise AI demands. From intent to experience, AI-powered intelligence. Fueling the AI factory. And there's Samsung. What if Railtown gets linked up with Samsung? I don't know, I'm dreaming. But okay, that was some of it. I quickly want to tell you, these guys like Gil the Pill and Mike and the day traders, they're just trying to make money for a day or a week. So they just want to press the stock down. I'm skeptical. Yeah, I think it's going down. They just want to get it down. It's 28 cents. They'd love to get it down to 27, 28 cents. But that does not change your long-term investment. They're just trying to make a penny. They really are the scum of the earth. And they're doing it with borrowed money. Anyway, that's one thing I wanted to say. The other thing is this conference is in 2 weeks or less than 2 weeks. TELUS is going to be there. TELUS is going to talk, and it's a big, big deal. So I wanted to show you that. Funny, a woman can come on so wild and so free. Sorry, I couldn't get the rest of that finger motion up to you. I'll try to do it over the weekend. If I just need to locate, it's about a dozen slides. I thought I showed most of them to you. I just can't find them. But I'm not attacking Finger out of some sort of personal animus. They signed a devastatingly bad financing, just like Logic, just like Brent's son, Martin Shen, ultimately signed a completely self-destructive financing. It's just how it is. Okay, that's not the first. Oh, this, okay. I read this to you yesterday, what was above it, but I just wanted to restart, get you back to where we were because I added to it. So Zaid Atufat Shamsi is not just a figurehead advisor on the Railtown board. He is the bridge between the physical hardware layer and Railtown software layer. As the engineer who built Canada's top ranked supercomputer factory for TELUS, he knows exactly what hardware is landing in data centers over the next 12 to 24 months. By actively tracking local tracing tools and purpose-built agent chips, his role at Railtown is likely to ensure that Railtown's software roadmap perfectly co-designs with this upcoming wave of infrastructure. He is effectively positioning Railtown to be the premium turnkey software layer that enterprises use to control, monitor, and justify the return on investment of the expensive compute they are renting from massive factories like TELUS or Hive. It seems like the vision is cleanly aligning between what the hardware giants are building and what software tools are being readied. And then I added more to this. I gave that thing I just read to you there. The image you provided displays Zaid Atufat Shamsi's LinkedIn profile. And I guess I just read this to you. So this is repetitive, deep hands-on integration. All right, so let me skip through. I don't know why I'm so out of track. I guess because I'm not as smart as Phil. Zaid joined Railtown's AI's advisory board. He is an infrastructure heavyweight. He's a heavyweight. His explicit focus on linking NVIDIA full stack infrastructure with ecosystem partnerships indicates he is perfectly positioned to ensure Railtown's software layer connects seamlessly to the massive multi-million-dollar AI data centers currently being scaled across the countries. And then I asked, is IBM part of TELUS's stack? The NVIDIA stack, is it part of the Railtown hookup? I didn't get the answer I was hoping for. IBM and NVIDIA. Yes, IBM is highly integrated with the NVIDIA stack. In March 26, IBM and NVIDIA announced an expanded collaboration designed to help enterprises operate AI at scale. This partnership brings NVIDIA's CUDA GPU acceleration directly into IBM's data layer. As a practical application, IBM integrated NVIDIA CUDA to accelerate the SQL engine within its watsonx data platform, which significantly speeds up structured data analytics and reduces query runtimes for massive enterprise workloads. Secondly, IBM and the TELUS stack. There is no direct connection between IBM and the TELUS AI factory stack. I'm not sure that's true, but let's go with it. while both IBM and TELUS are aggressively targeting the sovereign AI market, they are offering distinct solutions. IBM in March launched IBM Sovereign Core, a software stack that allows organizations to operate AI-ready sovereign environments on their chosen infrastructure. TELUS, however, is building physical sovereign supercomputer clusters in Canada. Say that 3 times. The TELUS infrastructure stack relies explicitly on NVIDIA hardware, such as the Vera Nice Vera Rubin and the Grace Blackwell platforms, and NVIDIA AI enterprise software, paired with TELUS's own generative AI platform known as Fuel IX. IBM is not listed. And then Railtown. IBM is not part of the Railtown AI ecosystem. All right, let's skip the rest of that. Would Zaid know IBM? Yes, absolutely. Zaid Atufat Shamsi would be highly familiar with IBM, both from an industry perspective and through a direct professional connection. First, as the architect of Canada's most powerful sovereign AI cluster at TELUS, Zaid intimately understands the global landscape of AI infrastructure. Tracking the capabilities and hardware of major enterprise data center vendors like IBM is a foundational part of his expertise. More importantly, there is a direct link right within Railtown AI. Zaid currently sits on the Railtown AI Advisory Board alongside who? Pat Horgan. Pat Horgan spent his entire professional career at IBM, eventually retiring as the chief operating officer of IBM Canada in 2017. During his tenure at IBM, Horgan was explicitly responsible for the successful implementation of AI and high-performance computer initiatives with the government of Ontario. Because Zaid is currently leading a similar high-performance sovereign AI infrastructure initiatives for TELUS, he and Horgan share a highly specialized overlap in the Canadian supercomputing world. Sitting on the same board, Zaid has direct access to top-tier executive-level insights. Is there a chance of IBM Railtown collaboration? There's no announced. There are 2 distinct links. Leadership connections we just went through, Pat Horgan and Zaid. Technical integration. Railtown subsidiary, Railtown AI Tool Corp, recently entered into a licensing agreement with Quantum.IQ AI Technologies to extend Railtown's Conductor platform to power a hybrid quantum cloud platform. As part of this development, Quantum.IQ plans to integrate its platform with current quantum cloud providers, explicitly including IBM Quantum. So is there an IBM buyout in the future? The timing and topics of the upcoming HPE Discover conference, which I just showed you, create a highly probable catalyst for breaking news regarding the TELUS Railtown AI collaboration. So this conference coming up June 15th could be probable for a catalyst to break news regarding TELUS and Railtown. The convergence of recent federal funding, milestones, and TELUS's specific panel topics perfectly sets the stage for formalizing or expanding their software and infrastructure stack. The end of federal holding pattern. As of this week, The regulatory and funding roadblocks have been cleared. The Canadian government's massive AI for All strategy was just announced, and the application window closed. TELUS and its partners no longer have to wait on federal timelines to formalize commercial agreements. That's big. TELUS, Hewlett Packard, NVIDIA are tightly aligned. TELUS is not just a participant at HPE Discovered, they are a cornerstone partner for HPE's newest AI infrastructure rollouts. HPE and NVIDIA launched in March HPE AI Grid, a solution to connect distributed AI factories into a single intelligent fabric. TELUS's Chief Technology Officer, Nazim Ben-Hadid, was prominently featured in the official launch, explicitly citing their joint work on the TELUS Sovereign AI Factory and their intent to use the AI grid to bring distributed inference closer to customers. Presenting at the flagship HPE conference gives TELUS a massive global stage to showcase the full stack running inside Rimouski. And who's inside that full stack? Not Gil the pill. The panel topics match perfectly with Railtown Stack. If TELUS is using the Las Vegas stage to pitch enterprise buyers on how to use their Rimouski and future BC supercomputers, they have to address the software layer. The three panels align exactly with Railtown AI's core deliverables. Firstly, sovereignty AI at scale. TELUS provides the sovereign hardware, HPE's NVIDIA servers on Canadian soil. Railtown AI provides the native developer frameworks like Langtrax. I'm skeptical. Required to build and deploy applications locally without data ever leaving the country. And then the next panel, monetizing AI. As highlighted by the recent TELUS digital research, enterprises cannot monetize AI or prove return on investment without tracking performance. Railtown's Conductor observability platform tracks token utilization, latencies, and execution paths, providing the exact dashboard needed to tie AI actions to financial metrics. The third panel, harness security. When enterprises run autonomous agents, security and quality assurance are paramount. Railtown's root cause agent and agent evaluation workflows act as the security guardrails, instantly detecting hallucinations or failed logic loops in real time. Maybe there's a future for the root cause agent in the modern marriage bedroom and conflicts. The bottom line, enterprise attending HPE Discover do not just want to buy raw GPU power. They want a turnkey solution that allows them to build securely, track their costs, and monitor their agents. TELUS has the hardware and Railtown has the software harness. Railtown has the software harness. Given that the CSIP funding window just closed and TELUS is stepping onto a global stage to pitch sovereign AI monetization, the next 2 weeks present an ideal window for Railtown and TELUS to announce definitive commercial progress or demonstrate their joint solution live. Can I get a witness? The bottom line. We already read that. Is O Canada going to start announcing funding under CSIP? While the Canadian government just made massive announcements regarding its broader AI for all strategy on June 4th, it's highly unlikely that specific funding announcements under the Sovereign Compute Infrastructure Program will happen immediately. The application window just closed. The assessment phase begins. Initial screening, the funding scope, delivery timeline is over the next 18 months. The immediate focus for the federal government is to review the massive, highly technical applications, which include a bunch of paperwork. And then I did put up Eric's link he gave me, which I might be able to show you in a second, which is the Canadian and Buzz HPC partnership announcement. So I put that link up and the answer came back. The news release is a massive puzzle piece which perfectly ties together everything we have been discussing regarding the Canadian sovereign AI arms race. Here is a breakdown of the announcement and what it means for the broader landscape involving TELUS, Hive, and Railtown AI. The news. Bell Canada enters the BC Sovereign AI race. On March 25, 2026, Bell Canada announced a major expansion of its Bell AI fabric by partnering with Buzz HPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Hive Digital Technologies. So Bell Canada are bringing a liquid-cooled, GPU-accelerated sovereign AI data center online in Merritt, British Columbia. It doesn't mention Railtown, but it might just be the thing we want to see before the publicity creates a new community of buyers in the sovereignty space. One, the news. Bell enters the BC Sovereign AI race. On March 25, 26, Bell Canada announced a major expansion of its Bell AI fabric by partnering with Buzz HPC. And I read this, but I'll read it again. Who is a wholly owned subsidiary of Hive Digital Technologies. They are bringing a liquid-cooled, GPU-accelerated sovereign AI data center online in Merritt, British Columbia. Buzz HPC secured an immediate 6.5 megawatts of capacity at this site to run next-generation GPU clusters for commercial and government AI workloads. Similar to TELUS, Bell stated their explicit goal is to grow their AI-powered solutions revenue to $2 billion by 2028. Well, that's interesting. I didn't see that. So TELUS is going to grow it to $2 billion by 2028, and Bell is going to grow it to $2 billion by 2028. I mean, if we accept that the entire $2 billion is going to run through Railtown at 20%, that's 800 million in revenue right there. Now, Gil the pill is going to be skeptical, so cut it in half. That's 400 million. He's still skeptical. Cut it in half again. It's 250 million in pure profit. That's $1 a share. Guys, I don't think you begin to comprehend what you want. 2, the connection to Zaid Atufat Shamsi Zillington. This explains exactly why Zaid, the sovereign AI architect for TELUS, was liking posts about Hive Digital Technologies' new 320 megawatt Canadian gigafactory. Hive Buzz HPC is now efficiently arming TELUS's biggest national telecom competitor, Bell. Zaid isn't just idly tracking infrastructure trends, he is actively monitoring his direct competition. TELUS is building a massive multi-site sovereign cluster in British Columbia, Vancouver, Kamloops, and Bell is aggressively countering by standing up this Buzz HPC facility in British Columbia. It is a full-blown telecom turf war for who gets to host the government and enterprises' localized AI compute. What this means for the CSIP funding. This perfectly illustrates the intense competition for 900 million smackers from the government. The impact on Railtown AI. For a software and orchestration company like Railtown AI, this is the best possible scenario. A massive expansion of the total addressable market. Railtown sells the picks and shovels. In other words, agentic software development, observability, and QA tools. They sell the picks and shovels required to make these AI factories actually usable for enterprises. It does not matter to Railtown whether an enterprise rents GPUs from TELUS in Rimouski or Bell in Merritt. They still need a secure, localized software layer to track their AI agents and tokens. This also is validation of the sovereign thesis. When both of Canada's telecom giants, TELUS and Bell, are pouring billions into building physical GPU clusters strictly branded as sovereign, as private, as secure Canadian facilities, it completely validates Railtown's strategy of specializing in tools that run natively on domestic air-gapped infrastructure rather than relying on US-based public clouds. In short, this Bell Hive announcement proves the macro thesis. The hardware foundation for Canadian sovereign AI is being built at breakneck speed, creating an enormous, imminent market for the localized software and orchestration tools that run on top of it. All right, here's what Eric sent me. I don't have to read it to you. I just have to show it to you. Bell Canada and Buzz HPC partner to advance sovereign accelerated GPU infrastructure at Bell AI Fabric facility in Merritt. I just read it to you, the answer to you, so I'm going to delete reading the whole thing to you because it'll just be repetitive. It'll be boring, and Gil the pill will find it's something to be skeptical about. All right, this is finger motion. Okay, we can talk about this finger motion thing. Finger motion put out a blue flare partnership in basically technology for AI. And I put it up to the skeptical computer. Could this deal rescue finger motion from its toxic note demise? Why did I do that? Because it always pushes back against me. And so I wanted the harshest read on my point of view. And so the computer read it. And the cold answer is no. This announcement cannot rescue finger motion from the note. And structurally, the announcement, it can't because of what it is and what it isn't. What the announcement actually is an MOU, a memorandum of understanding with Blue Flare Energy Solutions to maybe build behind the meter natural gas powered AI compute co-located with Bitcoin mining in Alberta, British Columbia, and Saskatchewan. And the article tells you in plain language exactly how non-committal it is. Most key commercial terms are non-binding and require separate definitive agreements. The party will use commercially reasonable efforts to finalize a term sheet for at least one site within 90 days. And the only things that go binding on signing are exclusivity, confidentiality, and dispute resolution. Shen's own quote is hedged to, quote, a credible Western Canadian foothold, unquote. A foothold, not a contract. This is an agreement to try to agree later. Now line it up with what against the thing it's supposed to rescue from, because the mismatch is total. The note, Finger's note, is a cash and dilution problem. It's a $5 million senior loan, first lien, lowest VWAP convertible against a company with $68,000 in cash, although they now have $3 million. Rescue from that requires one of exactly three things. Cash to redeem it, which would take approximately 5.75 million at the 115% call. A stock price high enough, and sustained enough that conversions happen at benign levels, or a refinancing that takes the note out. An MOU to co-develop gas-powered data centers supplies none of these. There's no capital coming in. In fact, behind the meter compute is enormously capital intensive, gas generation, construction, GPUs. So if anything ever gets built, it's a cash drain that has to be financed, which on this balance sheet means more dilution and more notes. The deal doesn't relieve the note. The deal, if real, would compete with the note for capital the company doesn't have. The only channel through which an MOU like this rescues anything is the one we mapped out at the very start of this conversation. Narrative creates volume, creates higher stock price, creates conversions happening at less punishing levels, and the cap stays unbusted. And that's exactly the pattern you've already been tracking. Notice the sequence on the same ticker in a matter of weeks. June 3, Edge AI inference announcement. It went up on 28% volume of 15 million shares. Now, June 4th, AI compute infrastructure with Blue Flare. This is the third AI narrative press release in the rotation. Edge inference, the earlier AI HPC diversification, and now gas-powered data centers. each one a headline with no signed revenue and no capital attached. The function of these isn't to rescue the company rationally, it's to keep the stock elevated enough that the conversion math stays survivable. That's not rescue from the note. That's news to service the note. And the tells are loud. Quote, behind the meter natural gas powered AI compute co-located with Bitcoin mining stacks 4 of the hottest retail narratives, AI, data centers, energy, crypto, onto a company whose actual business is Chinese mobile recharge. With a partner, Blue Flare, that, per the article, retains the right to do projects with anyone else while Finger Motion gets exclusivity. Read the asymmetry again. Finger is locked to Blue Flare. Blue Flare is locked to no one. That's not a structure of a transformational deal. It's the structure of an announcement. So the honest scorecard, in the same frame I've used all day, as operational rescue from the toxic note, no, and structurally cannot be. It brings zero cash, zero signed revenue, and would itself need financing. As a narrative event that props the stock and therefore eases the conversion mechanics, yes, that's precisely its function. And it fits the pattern you've been documenting. It's the same playbook as the Edge AI release days apart. The MOU doesn't break the spiral. It's part of how a company living under the spiral keeps the price high enough to survive the next conversion. The verb stays, quote, consistent with a pattern, not, quote, rescue. And the thing that would actually rescue Finger from the note, cash, a real signed contract with dollars, or a refinancing, is conspicuously the one thing none of these 3 AI press releases has contained. When a definitive agreement with a contract value shows up, or the resale S1 names the lender, these are not real events. An MOU to pursue projects is not. Okay, let's go through any comments and then I'm going to sign off. I'm sorry I couldn't go back through. I had a bunch of stuff which frankly was negative on Finger, but it was reasonably constructive on Energy Vault. And I was going to go through it, but I could never find where we left off. So I'll have to get prepared before I come live, set it up, and then we can get started. Frustrating, I know, for you, probably not for you. Finger Motion further drifted downward by half a penny, so it's at 74.65. Let's just check if the Form 7 came out for Railtown. I don't think it will be. It probably was filed this morning, and Railtown closed down 6% today in Canada. So they just do their hammering. And remember, when those guys come on, the boo birds, and they try to cause doubt in the story, they don't know the story. They don't care about the story. They just are there for their paymasters and their own trades, maybe, to get another penny, get another 2 pennies down. That's all they're doing. They don't care about the fundamentals. They pretend that they are there to help you, protect you from me, which may be the case. I don't know. No, there's nothing announced. Let's see if we're at war. I hope we're not. Susie Wiles to quit the White House. Angela Jolie is 51? Wow. Scared how young that sounds. So that makes her a Gemini. Now it all comes together. Oh, I can't read the bit about Susie Wiles. Okay, let's see. There seem to be some comments. T. Alex, we are an investment group here. These day traders have no place here. Don't give them the platform here, William. They're just troublemakers with verbal diarrhea. I agree with that. I don't always know when they first start that that's who they are. I did delete one of them. I forget which one. Gil the Pill. I deleted him. The other one, I'm not sure yet that he's really part of it. But if he shows that he is, I'll delete him too. But I appreciate the encouragement. Rail, no fail. Yeah, no haters, only. Yeah, okay. Ricky Brogan. William, remember Waylon Jennings' narrative. The good old boys. Yeah, the good old, just a good old boy. Ricky Brogan. Unknown stuntman. Ricky, a guy in my neighborhood played for Waylon for years. Amanda, you light up my life. Fate should have made you. Oh, that's Boston. Boston had a good song, Amanda. That's true. Boston had a great song, Amanda. I've held it all in word. God knows I've tried. But it's an awful awakening in the country boy's life. To look in the mirror in total surprise at the hair on my shoulders and the age in my eyes. Amanda, light of my life, fate should have made you a gentleman's wife. Amanda, light of my life, fate should have made you a gentleman's wife. It's a measure of people who don't understand the pleasures of life in a hillbilly band. I got my first guitar when I was 14. Now I'm over 30, still wearing jeans. Amanda, light of my life. Kurt Howell is his name, said Waylon made so much money off the TV, he was just smashed during those years. Yeah, I I had a great date, planned for it, saved the money, and I was going to go see Waylon in Richmond. And we drove there, and she was great. I think it would have been an awesome night. But we got there, and there was some indications on the radio, but we got there, and he canceled. And it was a long drive. But he canceled, I found out later, because of cocaine. Unknown stuntman, just talked to him last night. That's awesome. Ricky Brogan, unknown stuntman, awesome. I'll look him up on Google. He played the keyboard. Oh, I've seen him. I know who you're talking about. On the Austin, when Waylon played later on, I saw the keyboard player. We have Cotter's in Gaithersburg, Tennessee. It has a real General Lee car. All right. Okay, everyone. I'm going to sign off. May I donate here? Google Chrome. You can. I'm almost scared to put up my. I'd appreciate it, but I'm scared to put up my Venmo. I'll put it up. Psych. I don't know if you're serious. I'll put it up. Here's my Venmo and my puppy dog. I miss my puppy dog. Uh-oh, the news. Wall Street's hottest trade is cracking. I don't know. All right, let's see. Unknown stuntman. He said he had a mayonnaise jar size full of Coke. Thank you, Google Chrome. Thank you very much. I appreciate it very much. Unknown stuntman. I Googled Kurt Howell. He has his own videos as well. Account settings. Thank you, William. Enjoy your dinner and have a nice evening. I hope we hear something good on MMTLP soon. Oh, we didn't talk about that. I saw some good posts from Junk Savvy, but let's save talking about it because it's just too much to go in now. But I'd like to talk about MMTLP. That would be great to hear some news. And on MMAT. Ricky Brogan, Steve, that is funny. Google Chrome, no problem. Thanks. I really mean it. I will be able to keep the you know how those monthly debits come for the services. I'll be able to keep them going. So I appreciate it very much. Oh, I didn't put up psych. Psych. That's a good term. Anyway, yeah, Waylon Jennings. It's too bad. All those drugs. You know, that's what happened to Fleetwood Mac. All that cocaine. Stevie Nicks. I don't know. I guess it's good while you're doing it. All right. nothing in the news. So I agree with you. Account settings. Let's hope for MMTLP. But I'd love to see something come up on Railtown over the next 2 or 3 weeks. Wouldn't that be fun? And once it starts, who knows? All right. Peace to everyone. And we'll talk maybe tomorrow. We'll talk this weekend. See you later.